live stream, so hopefully in just a minute you'll see it come as well.
I see that the live stream is on. And good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Joint Standing Committee on Innovation, Development, Economic Advancement, and Business. The committee is assembled today
now you should be able to
electronically.
see us.
Excuse
It's
me?
spinning round and round, but
I think we're getting a note that we're on. All right. Is that your understanding? I will keep going. The committee is assembled electronically today for the purpose of inviting public comment. For the purpose of inviting public comment.
All right, thank you. All right.
Ms. Breton, I think you are unmuted. There you go. Thank you. We're assembled today. The committee is assembled electronically for the purpose of inviting public comment on legislation. Before we get started, I want to share some information related to the fact that this is on Zoom. So let's see. We are being live streamed, as we just confirmed, on our YouTube channel. That means that if you are visible on the screen, or you are or your mic is open and you're talking, that is getting recorded and will be live streamed and also available in our committee channel. You can watch this committee on by clicking into the legislature.maine.gov and go to the Innovation, Development, Economic Advancement, and Business Committee's website and click on the YouTube channel. Let's see, other important things for the state of it. Please be careful with your video feed and your mute and your microphone muting whenever necessary. I see that we have all put our titles there so people will know how to refer to us. Any folks giving testimony today, that would be greatly appreciated if you could put any title that you have, or a gender identifier, a pronoun. It's helpful for us to accurately and respectfully welcome you and introduce you. Let's see, and you can do that by clicking on the three dots in the upper right-hand corner of your picture. Reminder, we're not using the chat feature for any substantive conversations, but instead we're using that for any technical issues. At this point, I'd ask the committee members to introduce themselves. Representative Geiger, would you kick us off?
Good morning. Thank you, Senator Curry. My name is Representative Valley Geiger, District 93, Rockland and Owl's Head.
I don't see Representative Andrews. I'm Sarah Pepworth. I represent House District 133 in the Blue Hill Peninsula. Good morning.
Senator Searway, you are muted.
Good morning. I'm Senator Scott Searway and represent District 16, which covers Waterville, Winslow, Fairfield, Benton, Albion, and Clinton, and Unity Township.
Good morning, Representative Jack Ducharme from House District 111, which is Norridge Walk, Solon, and most of Madison.
Good morning, Maine. I come to you from downtown Greater Gray. I represent portions of Gray, Raymond, Casco, and I have all of the famous Fry Island, which is the only freshwater island town that we know of, by my estimation, and in the middle of Big Sebago Lake. Thank you.
Representative Tavis Hassenfuss. I represent Winthrop, Reedfield, and North Monmouth.
Representative Kyle Bailey, House District 27, representing part of Gorham and a small part of North Scarborough.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Sue Bernard. I represent District 149, which is Caribou, Westmanland, and New Sweden. And I'd like to take just a moment to apologize to everyone on the committee, as well as anybody who's watching today. I'll be moving in and out of committee a fair amount to get to my other committee that's having work sessions today. But good morning.
Good morning. I'm Representative Tiffany Roberts, your House Chair, representing House District 6, which is the majority of North Berwick and South Berwick.
And good morning, everyone. I am Senator Chip Curry, and I represent Senate District 11, which includes the 26 rural, coastal, and island communities of Waldo County. So we're going to get started today. A little bit of housekeeping in terms for the public testimony and the public hearings today. I want to make sure we introduce our committee clerk, Jody Breton. And Jody will be navigating and managing the bringing people in and out of the panelists. So the screen you're watching is a group of panelists. Those are the folks that can talk. If you're in an attendee list, you can be watching, but you're not able to be seen or heard. Once Jody brings you in, we'll ask you to introduce yourself and to deliver your testimony. Testimony is limited to 3 minutes, and so Representative Roberts, are you willing to serve as our timekeeper again today? Thank you very much. I greatly appreciate it. So the order in which testimony will happen, we will begin with the bill sponsor, then any co-sponsors. We'll go to those members of the public who are for the bill, those members of the public who are against the bill, and then finally those who are neither for nor against the bill. And with that, I think we have all of the logistics covered. I also want to introduce our committee analyst, Rachel Olson. She is here supporting the committee, and thank you very much for your work and service. So I think we will now open up the bill. We are going to follow the order the order of bills that was published in our calendar. So we're starting with LD 804. I'm going to check in with Representative Roberts. Representative Roberts, did I miss anything that we wanted to make sure we covered this morning before we get started? Announcements? I don't think so. So we're going to start with LD 804. It is just a heads up. Is it true? I want to just check in the LD 862 just to give people fair warning that the sponsor is seeking to request ought not to pass on 862, and so that's our understanding. So if someone's waiting to give testimony on that, that will be our second bill. They will be welcome to give testimony, but I wanted to give them the information that the sponsors will be recommending ought not to pass on that. So we'll begin. We'll open up the work session on LD 804, an act to require notice for orthopedic medical device recalls. And Ms. Breton, could you invite the bill sponsor in?
I do not see the bill sponsor in the attendees list. I just sent her an email and she sent me testimony this morning, so I'm quite sure she was planning on attending. It's Senator Keim.
I see the testimony, and I'm also looking in the attendee list, make sure that we're not missing. So at this point, what I'd like to do is close the work session. We will reopen the public hearing, and we'll reopen the public hearing on 804. But this might be a good opportunity to address LD 862. So we're going to open up the work session on LD 862, an act to protect consumer property by requiring liability insurance for snowplow vehicles and vehicles used in landscaping or gardening. And we'll return back to the previous LD in just a moment. And so with that, is Representative Hepler in the attendee list? Yes, excellent.
Representative Hepler is, and Senator Keim is logging in now.
Okay, we will. So our order will be 862, and then we'll return to 804. Representative Hepler, welcome. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much. I'm in a work session in another bill. I've got 3 computers going, but thank you. Thank you, Senator Curry, and Representative Roberts and the other members of the committee. Thank you for allowing me to come before you and actually ask to withdraw this bill or to vote ought not to pass. The goal is still, and also want to express gratitude for people who have weighed in on this, and it is an issue that I want to pursue. It's the concern is consumer protection for people who hire snowplow operators, landscape operators. But we've realized in conversations with some insurance companies, also the Secretary of State's office, whose testimony you might have seen, that this is perhaps not the way to do it. And so we need more work on it. I've talked with my constituent, and we're going to meet this summer and figure out other ways to achieve the same goal. So I appreciate your attention.
Thank you very much, Representative Heffler. Any questions for Representative Heffler? Seeing none. Thank you very much. Ms. Breton, was that a question, or was that a Senator Searway, or is that just waving by?
Yeah, I was just gonna make a motion to go into a work session for this.
I wanted to make sure that if anyone
any
gave in,
questions?
I wanted to, if anyone had anyone that was here for public testimony that still wanted to give public testimony,
Okay.
had that opportunity. So let's see, Ms. Breton, is there anyone here that wishes to give testimony on this bill?
I believe we have 3 people on this bill. 1 is against and 2 is neither.
Okay. And if
I just moved Mr. Ashcroft in, who is against.
okay. Mr. Ashcroft, welcome. I take it you heard the bill sponsor's recommendation. Did you wish to add to that?
I did, Senator Curry, and good morning. So Senator Curry and Representative Roberts and members of the committee. Given the fact that Representative Heffler will be withdrawing this bill, you have my testimony, and you can read it at your leisure. And if you so choose, I will dispense from vocally giving you the testimony so that you can move on with your very busy day.
It's at your call. Thank you very much, though. Appreciate you submitting testimony. Any questions for Mr. Ashcroft? Seeing none, have a great day. Thank you. And are there any other members still present that wish to give testimony? Ms. Breton?
I believe we have Mr. Cody and Mr. Garrity.
Okay, if you could bring them both in. Mr. Garrity, welcome.
Good morning, Senator. Under the circumstances, we don't feel any need to provide any additional testimony since the bills can be withdrawn.
Okay, all right. You said we, is that Mr. Cody also?
Gentlemen, Charlie Sultan and I tend to represent the insurance industry, and sometimes I think we forget we're 2 different people.
Okay, thank you very much. Appreciate it. Welcome, Mr. Cody. The floor is yours.
Hello, Senator. Thank you. I think I'll follow the good lead from Mr. Ashcroft and Mr. Garrity. And if our firm represents State Farm Insurance, and we had a range of questions on this bill, which I won't go over now, but you see them on the written testimony. And if Representative Heffler is here, we would love to work with her on helping her meet the intent of the bill and in the future. So with that, good luck with your work today. And thanks for shortening my morning.
You have a great day.
You too.
And Ms. Breton, is that everyone that wished to give testimony on LD 804?
Well,
sorry, 862.
Mr. Sultan has his hand up in the attendee list. I don't have him listed here, but my guess is he wants to speak on this bill.
Okay, we'll bring in Mr. Sultan. Welcome, Mr. Sultan.
Thank you, Senator Curry and Representative Roberts, members of the committee. I am Charlie Sultan. I don't want to take your time other than I represent the Maine Association of Insurance Companies, and we'll work with Representative Heffler on the bill. But I just really wanted to say hi to Representative Austin, who I haven't seen for a while, and to give her some grief. I see Mr. Searway all the time and Mr. Lucchini and stuff, and then my neighbor, Representative Hassenfuss. So I just wanted to say hi, Sue, and wish you all the best.
Thank you so much. I needed a little more grief. I needed it today. Thank you. Take care.
You too.
Thank you very much. Have a great day, Mr. Sultan.
Yeah, thanks for the time.
So, With that, I'll entertain a motion. Senator Representative Roberts?
Yes, Mr. Chair, I'd like to motion that we move into work session for LD 862.
Second.
Senator Searway seconds that. So all those in favor? We can just end. Great. We'll now open the work session for LD 862. Is there a motion? Representative Roberts.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to move ought not to pass.
Excellent. Senator Searway, was that a second? Second by
Yep.
Senator Searway. Any discussion? Seeing no discussion, all those in favor of a motion ought not to pass for LD 862. Oh, wait a minute. Please, Ms. Breton, please call the roll.
It's an ought to pass motion made by Representative Roberts, second by Senator COA. Representative Geiger.
Yes, ought not to pass.
Representative Geiger, yes. Representative Andrews? Absent. Representative Pebworth?
Yes.
Representative Pebworth, yes. Representative Collmore?
Yes.
Representative Collmore, yes. Senator Lucchini?
Yes.
Senator Lucchini, yes. Senator Seaway?
Yes.
Senator Seaway, yes. Representative Ducharme?
Yes.
Representative Ducharme, yes. Representative Austin?
Yes.
Representative Austin, yes. Representative Hassenfuss?
Yes.
Representative Hassenfuss, yes. Representative Bailey?
Yes.
Representative Bailey, yes. Representative Bernard?
Yes.
Representative Bernard, yes. Representative Roberts?
Yes.
Representative Roberts, yes. Senator Curry?
Yes.
Senator Curry, yes. It's 12 in the affirmative, none in the negative, one absent.
Having voted 12 in the affirmative, ought not to pass, and 0 in the negative, this work session is closed. Representative Collmore, did you have an opportunity to introduce yourself earlier? Did I miss that?
I apologize, Mr. Chair. I was running behind this morning.
Oh, quite all right. I just wanted to make sure you had an opportunity to introduce yourself. Welcome.
Thank you. I'm Representative Collmore. I represent House District 106, Pittsfield, Clinton, and Detroit.
We'll now open up the work session on LD 804, an act to require notice for orthopedic medical device recalls. And is Ms. Breton, can you promote Senator Keim to the panelists?
Yes, I can. And we have 2 people who have phone numbers on the attendee list. If you could put your names so I would know who you are to be able to put you on the right bill, it would be appreciated.
I'm not sure they are able to if they have
Okay.
phone numbers.
Oh, maybe they'll email me.
If
with them.
they just called in.
Okay.
They'll
They'll have to put their hand up then on the bill they want to testify, because I'm not sure how I would know. which
That's
bills
an
to put 'em
interesting
on.
question. So if we don't have them on phone number, so what is the I'm thinking that a call to your clerk, to the clerk phone number would be the right way to do this. It might involve having to leave the session and then make the phone call to you so you know where that's coming in. The office phone number for the clerk, can you share that?
Senator Lucchini has his hand up.
Senator Lucchini, you have a good solution on this.
Yeah, I've experienced this. Thank you, Mr. Chair. In the Excel spreadsheet, I guess, that the sign up makes, they do list phone numbers. So sometimes you can piece it together that way. We've done that in our committee, just so you know. So it usually lists the number.
Excellent. So Senator, so Ms. Breton, if you have that Excel spreadsheet and can identify the number, does that solve the issue? If not, if you can make sure to share your phone number, the clerk's phone number, and that way they can call you and we can find out what bill they're seeking to testify for. So, welcome, Senator Keim, and the floor is yours.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Sorry for my delay. Technical difficulties, I guess, is what we're all experiencing so often. So good morning again to you all, Senator Curry, Representative Roberts, and esteemed members of the Joint Standing Committee on Health and Human Services. I am Lisa Keim, and I'm proud to represent the citizens of Senate District 18, which includes Northern Oxford County and 2 communities in Androscoggin. I'm here to introduce LD 804, an act to require notice for orthopedic medical device recalls. The idea for this legislation came from a constituent, John Smith, who has also provided testimony that lays out in detail not only his experience, but also the research he has undertaken on this topic. I highly recommend his testimony as you consider this legislation. John had surgery to implant an orthopedic medical device in 2011. 7 years after his surgery, he began experiencing pain. It was then that he discovered his prosthesis had been recalled, yet he was never notified. Mr. Smith was not able to have his revision surgery until 2020. The pain he endured unnecessarily spurred him to get involved and seek to change this glaring issue. Products are recalled all the time. In fact, many items contain a small postcard the consumer can fill out after purchase and mail to the manufacturer in order to be notified if there is a recall. When you have your car serviced, most mechanics will look to see if there are any recalls currently out. And of course, automakers are required to send out recall notices and often send out numerous notices until the repair of your vehicle has been undertaken. Yet there are no laws requiring the people with a flawed device implanted in their body, many of whom are elderly, be contacted when a device is found to be faulty. Take a moment to consider that. Under the current system, the device manufacturer sends out a safety alert or recall to the users of the product. According to the FDA, the official recognized users are the hospital and the surgeon, not the patient. Maine should take this process further to require that when a recall is issued, the medical facility having performed the procedure should be required to notify the patient. After all, the facility will know the prosthesis serial number, batch number, size, etc., and with electronic medical records, be easily able to match a patient to faulty devices. Medical facilities routinely reach out to patients to schedule and confirm appointments and deliver results of tests. A requirement to contact a patient to notify them of their faulty medical device so they can explore options for treatment doesn't seem like a big ask. When pain goes untreated, the effects can be debilitating. Quality of life for the individual and their families greatly suffers. Notification is a small measure that can save substantial suffering. I thank you for your consideration of this bill. I have worked with my constituent and members of the healthcare industry on this legislation. And though the language may need to be amended, I'm confident this committee can come up with a way forward. When product recalls are so easy to administer, we cannot continue to allow the current status quo, where notification policy solely at the discretion of the medical facility has clearly allowed patients to be left in the dark without vital information for their health. I would be happy to answer any questions that you have.
Thank you, Senator Keim. Does the committee have any questions for Senator Keim? Senator Searway.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning.
Good morning.
Just wanted to ask you, Senator, how would this affect the response of a situation like that once they notify all these people if there's a recall? How would it affect the hospitals as far as getting this taken care of if it's a large number? And I don't know what the numbers would be, but would it, as far as making appointments, getting getting something resolved or whatever. And I don't know if that's a concern that the hospitals or doctors would have, but I just think it is part of it, what they would be looking at.
Mhm. Yes, and I think that there will be hospitals that will be here to testify and can probably answer that question. And I think for me, it comes down to finding a method that works. So obviously leaving it in the hands of either the surgeon or the facility to reach out to the patient, there's been a drop there, right? So we need to make sure that there's teeth behind that necessity to assure that a patient finds out the information. And so probably they have policies in place that, would recommend, would be, that they need to notify patients, but maybe every facility is different, and that might be part of the issue here. Definitely on the federal level, it's an issue that the end user who is considered to be the facility rather than the person that the device has been implanted into. So I don't think that there's, thankfully, I don't think there's an overwhelming amount of devices that are faulty, but on the rare occasion that it is, I think it's imperative that the person know that and so that they can seek whatever treatment they need at that point.
Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Geiger.
Thank you, Senator Curry. Senator Keim, thank you so much for appearing before us today to explain this bill. I know that several years ago there was a hip prosthetic that was recalled. So what I'm wondering about is it sort of standard practice for hospitals and orthopedic surgeons to alert a patient and that what you found was a constituent who had fallen through the cracks? Or is there really no requirement and no expectation or sort of no standard of practice in hospitals and ambulatory surgical units that they would let a patient know that an orthopedic device had been recalled?
It's my understanding that they have a process in place, but that the fact that law doesn't require them to give notice leaves some openings there for them maybe not to follow up as well as they should. And I think that's the problem here. The FDA has very clear guidelines that the medical facility or the surgeon has to be notified, but then the FDA doesn't go one step further and require that the person be notified. If they did, I'm pretty sure then, given then that they would be breaking the law, there would be the ability for lawsuits. And so, these facilities would make sure that people got the information. So there's, whether it's different facility to facility, which it probably is because it's in their hands to make this policy, somehow there's a gap that's that people are falling through.
Thank you so much. As somebody who's probably gotten the 100th letter from the automaker on a car I sold 3 years ago, I am stunned.
I know, I thought the same thing. And, it's almost like they hound you, you haven't got that recall fixed yet. And so I thought the same thing. I thought, well, if they can contact me endlessly about, something in my vehicle, why if I had a hip replacement, would I not get that same kind of attention?
Chair recognizes Representative Austin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Senator, good morning.
Good morning.
And just thinking about this, it is an orthopedic device. So I'm assuming the expanse of the hospitals across Maine that would be affected is larger than what I was originally thinking. I mean, we're not talking about heart, implant mechanisms, so which would probably be a couple of our bigger places, but being orthopedic would pretty much be most of our hospitals, wouldn't it?
Yes, a good portion of them. I mean, some obviously, some smaller hospitals are not going to do, hip implants and, knee replacements and all of that. But the larger ones for certain will.
Do we have any idea of the number of what that might be? It's kind of fascinating to think about the number of our facilities, period, in the state of Maine. I've never looked at it from that, this angle. Do you have any idea?
I don't, sorry.
Maybe somebody coming behind you can tell me. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Seeing no other questions, thank you very much. Oh, Representative Geiger, you have another question.
Yes, thank you, Senator Curry. Senator Keim, is there any reason, are other devices already covered, like pacemakers, artificial hearts, or they also fall into the same category? And if they do, was there any specific reason you focused on orthopedics versus in general all implanted medical devices?
Right. And that's a great question. I don't know the answer. I was trying to capture just, the hip, knee, that, those exact types of products. And I was trying to remember reading John Smith's testimony because he's done so much research on this. He may cover that in there, or someone following up after me might know the difference there. But I would hope that those, can you imagine a heart valve replacement, malfunctioning? It would be incredibly serious. So.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Keim.
Thank you. And I would love to stay and listen to everything else that's going on, but Judiciary Committee is also happening at this moment. So I'm going to exit and follow up with you all later on, if I may, before work session, to make sure that we can address any concerns.
Thank you very much. Ms. Breton, can you promote Mr. John Smith as a panelist? Welcome, Mr. Smith.
Mr. Smith was one of those that was on the line. I don't believe he was planning on speaking today.
Ah, okay.
But he is there, and you asked me to promote him, so I did, if he wishes to say anything.
Okay. Welcome, Mr. Smith. Did you wish to give testimony today to the committee directly, or just through writing? I see it looks like you're muted. Okay. Looks like no. So Ms. Breton, if you would move Mr. Smith back into the attendee status, and then is there anyone else that's here to speak on behalf of the bill? Representative Collmore, you had a question?
I just wanted to say really quickly, Mr. Chair, I don't know if Mr. Smith knows how to unmute himself from his phone.
I do know.
And that may be an issue. You have to type in, I think it's *6 something, *6 9 or *6. I can't remember exactly what it is. In order to unmute yourself, if the host doesn't do it for you when you're on the phone.
I'm looking at see if there's a host role for that. Try to get that problem solved. Does not look like we have the ability to unmute. So, and Ms. Breton, he did.
*6. I just Googled it, Mr. Chair.
What's that?
*6 to unmute.
*6. Okay. And I don't have any indication that Mr. Smith was seeking to give testimony beyond the written testimony, so I will assume not at this point. So, and Ms. Breton, is there anyone else here who's anyone else present and planning on giving testimony?
Yes, I just moved Ms. Robinson in. You have Mr. Austin and Ms. Dorr afterwards.
Okay, great. Thank you. Welcome, Ms. Robinson.
Thank you, Senator Curry, Representative Roberts, and members of the committee.
Ms. Robinson, before you get started, were you looking to share your screen, or were you just wanted to hear?
I was.
Oh, there you are.
Thank you.
There you are. Welcome again.
Having difficulty finding the icon, so I apologize. Again, thank you, Senator Curry, Representative Roberts, members of the committee. My name is Ann Robinson. I'm a lawyer with Pierce Atwood, and I'm a resident of Portland. And I am here today on behalf of Spectrum Healthcare Partners, which is Maine's largest multi-specialty physician practice group that provides services throughout most of Maine, but relevant to the discussion today, includes two orthopedic ambulatory surgical centers, otherwise referred to as ASCs. And so we are neither for nor against. We certainly appreciate and understand the intent behind the legislation. However, we believe that federal law does adequately address the process regarding a response in the event of a recall situation. I first want to respond to, I think, the question that I believe Representative Geiger asked, and that is, or perhaps it was Representative Austin, but this recall process does apply to any product that's regulated by the FDA. So any type of not only device, but a drug for human or animal use for that matter. So it is certainly broader in its scope than orthopedics. But the recall process that the FDA outlines in its rules and pursuant to its statute, requires the manufacturer to develop a recall strategy. And that strategy, that plan for execution is going to vary depending on the nature of the recall or the problem with the product in question. And so sometimes it's a really immediate kind of situation where you want the notice to be very sooner rather than later, say much sooner than 30 days. In other instances, it's not that severe, it's much more targeted. And so the rules, contemplate that it is more tailored to the circumstance, that it's commensurate with the level of risk, because what you want to do is make sure that in those instances where patients need to know, that they know quickly and effectively. On the other hand, you don't want to cause undue alarm when a particular problem doesn't affect certain patients or certain parts of the population, perhaps. I would also suggest that that's one really significant difference between a medical or drug recall versus failing brakes in a Toyota Camry that's going to be universal and the same across all Toyota Camrys, models that have that particular product defect. Human health is obviously different, but in any case, the recall strategy does include communications to the patient, as I said. And so, but again, that's specific to the circumstances and the risk. And so, for example, you might have a situation where the risk that is learned of is that maybe in the first 48 hours post-surgery, some patients might develop a rash. Well, if a patient had surgery with a particular product in question 3 years ago, let's say, as an example, there'd be no useful purpose in that instance. You'd only cause undue angst by reaching out to those patients. Now, I can't speak to what exactly happened in Mr. Smith's case. I mean, what the recall strategy was, but I think this goes to the question of whether or not that particular strategy was whether all of the participants in that process actually did what they were supposed to do.
Ms. Robinson, can you wrap up in the next 15 or so seconds?
Absolutely. So I understand the Maine Hospital Association has a proposed amendment, and we would support that. I would only also add, I think there is a legitimate question as to whether state legislation is preempted by federal law, but whether it's preempted or not, I think federal law does adequately address this. Thank you. I appreciate the time. I will be followed by Spectrum's quality compliance expert at some point this morning. Thank you.
Are there any questions from committee members? Chair recognizes Representative Hassenfuss.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ms. Robinson, is there any way that you could provide the committee with some of either the rules or the statutes from federal law to just see how that works and what that covers?
Yes, I would be happy to do that.
That'd be helpful. Thank you.
Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Geiger.
Thank you, Senator Curry. So as I understand it, Ms. Robinson, what you're saying is that this rule is already in place, that patients do need to be notified if it's relevant to them, and that Senator Keim is in error?
What I'm saying, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
Go ahead.
Is that the federal rule provides flexibility, all right, but it directs the manufacturers to develop a recall strategy, depending on what gave rise to the recall, what the nature of the problem is, right, and who's affected by it, and so forth. That may include or may contemplate that patients be notified, that makes sense in a particular circumstance. In another circumstance, it may be that it doesn't even need to get that far, or perhaps it's a certain segment of the population. So the requirement in the first instance is on the manufacturer to develop that protocol, I think is probably a better way of thinking of it. And users, or consignees, as they're called under federal law, under the federal rule, are expected to do what it is that the manufacturer is suggesting is an appropriate response, and to do their part. And in some instances, that might be communicating to a patient well before 30 days are over. In another case, it may take more time to determine, it may take more time than 30 days to figure out who the patients are who are affected, which is why it's not a one-size-fits-all approach.
Thank you. Are there any other questions for Ms. Robinson? Seeing none. Thank you very much for your testimony.
Thank you. Thank you for your time.
Ms. Breton, can you promote the next person to give testimony?
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Welcome. Yes, the floor is yours.
Senator Curry, Representative Roberts, members of the committee. My name is Jeff Austin. I'm here on behalf of the Maine Hospital Association. I think this is my first time before you this session. So we're neither for nor against the bill. As you heard from Ms. Robinson, there are policies in place today that govern recalls. We talked about this at our last Policy Council meeting 2 weeks ago. And our members are not aware of a lot of patient complaints about this or patient concerns about this. What we've provided in our written testimony, which I submitted this morning, so I'm not sure if it's in all of your files yet, is I'm not sure you need to move forward either, but if you do, we would ask you to not move forward with the bill as drafted, which is fairly prescriptive. As you heard from Ms. Robinson, it's 30 days, it's in writing. And the actual FDA rules are much more flexible to reflect the circumstances at hand. So if it's an urgent issue, a written letter 30 days later is not going to suffice. And in other cases, no patient communication is necessary at all. So we would say that if you feel you need a state law on this, it should reference the FDA's required strategy, the recall strategy that's imposed on the manufacturer. And so our draft simply says that our communications have to be consistent with any FDA recall strategy. And if that's phone calls immediately, it's phone calls immediately. If it's within writing within 30 days, it's within writing within 30 days. And if it's no patient communication, which a lot of recalls have no patient communications associated with them, then there's no patient communication. The question Ms. Geiger, or Representative Geiger asked about, is this an individual failure of communication or is this a systemic failure? I wish I could answer that question. This comes up, as you might imagine, all the time for me lobbying for the Hospital Association, where a patient comes forward and tells a story. I'm not allowed to get the other side of the story from the hospital. That's governed by privacy laws. So I would need a HIPAA waiver from Mr. Smith to go to the hospital and say, okay, what happened? Otherwise, they can't communicate that to me. They can't tell me what happened. So they could have a fantastic policy and do really, really well and just had an individual isolated failure in his case, or there could be a systemic failure without the ability to talk to the provider, which I don't have under privacy laws. I can't answer that question for you, Representative Geiger. But it's a very good one. And it's kind of the question for you, do you need to step in or not? I can say in 10 years of lobbying for the Hospital Association, I don't recall seeing this bill before. I mean, I see a lot of bills over and over again. I don't recall seeing this before. So I have some hope that it is not a big issue. There are literally hundreds of recalls every year. So, but I'm happy to take any questions. I have submitted my testimony in writing, and I'm happy to work with the committee.
Thank you, Mr. Austin. And the committee does have access to your your written testimony at this point. So, Representative Geiger.
Thank you, Senator Curry. So, Mr. Austin, as I'm hearing from both Mr. Robinson and you, the FDA has a process for recall for manufacturers. The manufacturers may or may not need to notify the user, but the user is never the patient. The user is the surgical facility or the hospital that ordered that product. And so what I'm trying to figure out is where are the rules for what tells users what they need to do going forward? Is that up to each one of them? Is there anything that requires them, or is the FDA only requiring that the manufacturer develop a plan and send the user the plan? Is there also further requirements that the user must then activate that plan where it involves a patient?
Right. I understand the question. Let me make one clarifying comment before I answer the question. I don't know that manufacturers never have a responsibility to try to directly communicate to the end user patient. You'll see in the FDA materials that sometimes public notice is required. I think you probably might see that more with, pills and stuff sold on the counter. But there may be instances where the manufacturer, the FDA is like, we've got to get this out. We've got to get this out now. Public notice is even required, although individualized patient notice might not be. But essentially, the answer to your question is yes, you laid it out correctly. The FDA sits on top of the manufacturer and tells the manufacturer, here's the plan you have to try to execute. And then that trickles down to us in some occasions. So is there a regulatory requirement for our participation in that strategy? Not that I'm aware of, but there are other ways of imposing requirements other than regulation. Malpractice cases sit right there on top of you. Your accreditation standards for keeping your license. Do recall that hospitals have policies on participating in recall activities. Provider professional licensing sits on top of you. But what you're asking, the direct question you're asking, is there a regulatory requirement somewhere about notifications? Not that I'm aware of, no.
Thank you very much. Very helpful.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Senator Searway.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just got a good question. Why doesn't FDA reflect what happens even like for automobiles? Because I know once in a while we'll get a notice in the mail of a recall, and to me that it could be simply done the same way. So why couldn't we mirror that?
That's probably above all of our pay grades. I mean, as Ms. Robinson alluded to, the federal government doesn't want 50 FDAs. They don't want each state to have its own regulatory regime over these devices and these products. So they box you out in a big way in regulating these devices. There is preemption in the world, and the FDA is one area where there's a lot of preemption. So it would have to be done at a federal level. One simple issue is you're obligated by law to register your car every year. You're not obligated to tell the government where you live. So if you move to China and you have a device in you, we will do the best we can to contact you at your last known address, but there's no registry of where you move to, unlike your car. If it's on the road, at least, you have to notify the government every year of where your car is registered. You don't have to notify the government every year of where you are. So anyway, I think there's a couple of issues there for you.
Thank you. Representative Austin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, Mr. Austin from Mrs. Austin.
It's very good to see you, Representative Austin.
Thank you. Thank you. How are you?
I'm well, thank you.
Is there any point within which, in this kind of circular relationship, that the physicians, the orthopedic surgeons, et cetera, do they have, I mean, obviously their license and the performance that they standard they have and their results obviously bring them into it, but there's no point of entry where they would have any culpability on making sure that those who they operate on that have this incidence, that there's any way we can engage them, or is there any now at this time?
Well, I don't have any examples for you, but I think there's two ways without a regulation that you would get at the surgeon. One is standard malpractice. If your practice is to implant devices and a patient comes to you with a complaint associated with the device, you put in a hip and my hip hurts, and you as a doctor take no efforts to understand whether there's recalls on the devices that you've implanted, regardless of whether or not you pass a regulation, trust me, a plaintiff's attorney will go right at you. The second is, if you are notified by a manufacturer of a recall, even if there's not a regulation on it, your professional responsibility to act on the information you've been given, I think, again, would come out. Now, that requires a plaintiff to file a suit, and not all things are so dire that the patient is going to take the time and effort to sue. So it's an imperfect regulatory scheme, malpractice suits. They're not perfect. A lot of people experience discomfort and pain who aren't going to bother suing. But there are avenues to get to the patient, or to get to either the hospital or the doctor who implanted the device. Again, they're human beings, they're imperfect, but if your job is to implant devices, I mean, what our members tell us, the way it works, and it may not work this way, is they keep a log. They're supposed to notify the manufacturers of who received the device. So to Senator Searway's question, there should be a way for manufacturers to get direct contact to the patient. I think the issue is they're manufacturers. What are they going to tell you to do? They're going to say, go talk to your doctor. Are you experiencing the discomfort or the pain or the problem associated with it? They, as a manufacturer in California, can't really assess your situation. So I think stuff flows through the doctors out of common sense necessity. What's a guy on the phone in California going to tell you? It's go see your doctor and see if the issue that we're concerned about has manifested itself. I mean, a lot of the recalls are mislabeled packages. They have nothing to do, in most cases, with the patient at all. It's just the package was mislabeled. Here are the replacement labels. Put the replacement labels on the devices, which in many cases won't involve patient notification. But again, I haven't heard a lot about this. When I asked our guys, are you guys getting complaints? Are you guys getting sued on this thing? And again, it's an imperfect information. I'm talking to the CEOs of the hospitals, not everybody at once. And it hasn't registered very high as a concern, but it doesn't mean it's not out there. It doesn't mean it's not a legitimate issue.
If I may, Mr. Senator, Senator Searway, heaven's sakes, you know who I mean.
Go ahead, Representative Austin.
To just so that I've understood what you said, and I'm just wondering, so in other words, let's just say there was a really significant recall and the word came to the hospital. Would they in any way reach out to their orthopedic surgeons and share that? Would that be just I hate to say a courtesy, but is there that kind of engagement between the head of the hospital and the primary surgeons who might be the ones that do this? Let's call it a specialty,
Yeah, I think the way it works is we check the log for the device, find the roster of patients who received the device at that facility, and from that list, find their surgeons.
Okay.
So I don't think we go to the surgeons first and say, find your patient. I think we keep the log of who received what device, by serial number.
Okay.
And then we come up with a patient log of everyone who received it at our facility. From that, we can find the surgical team that did the implant. It might be our team internal. We can get to them right away. It might be a third-party surgical team who came into the hospital. We would notify them right away. But I think it would be through that system that we
Okay.
communicate with the doctors.
Okay, that's great. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Geiger.
Thank you, Senator Curry. So, Mr. Austin, I guess you are here to testify neither for nor against. So I'm assuming when that rule was made with the FDA, we did not have the universal electronic medical record that we do now. Given that we have that now, so that it should be fairly effortless to run a search according to, because in every OR note, there should be the lot number, the model number, et cetera. Is there any reason why we shouldn't go ahead and create a uniform regulatory structure to make sure that patients are notified if there is a recall of an orthopedic prosthesis?
I think if the uniform policy is flexible enough to reflect the different recall situations, our concern with the bill as drafted is it adopts a single communication strategy. All patients in writing 30 days. My limited understanding of the way recalls work is that's not the uniform communication strategy that the FDA requires. So I would not put a single concrete strategy in statute of in writing 30 days all patients. If you were to go forward, as we say in our testimony, it should say our obligations have to be consistent with whatever the recall strategy that the FDA has approved. And if it involves patient notification, it involves patient notification. If it doesn't, then it doesn't. You know, it's hard to serve two masters. So, you know, we can have the FDA telling us you don't need to talk to patients, and then we have the state telling us we do have to talk to patients. That's what gets difficult as a regulated entity, is where you have inconsistent requirements. And since the FDA is driving the train on this, we think any obligation we have should be consistent with what they're putting out. And for your analysts, I mean, we moved it. We would suggest you take it out of Title 10. It's an odd title for us to be in, and put it in Title 22, where most of the stuff that sits on hospitals and other medical providers lives.
Thank you. Are there any other questions for?
I just have a follow-up question, Senator Curry.
Go ahead.
Mr. Austin, you may not know the answer to this. Are there, does the FDA sort of designate by category or by level recall? So a level 1 is the most serious and a level 5 is the least? They do?
Yeah, level 1, 2, and 3.
Okay, thank you. So we could tailor this to go with that kind of model of severity.
You could. You're getting beyond my knowledge. I don't know that all level 3s don't involve patient notification, and I don't know that all level 1s require patient notification. So even some of the more serious and less serious, I don't know that it automatically correlates to what you have to do with respect to the patient.
Thank you very much.
Seeing no other questions, I thank you very much, Mr. Austin.
Thank you.
Ms. Breton, is there anyone else here in attendance wishing to speak on this bill?
I believe Ms. Dorr is, and I'm moving her in.
Great, thank you very much. Welcome, Ms. Dorr. Your camera is off if you'd like to, oh, there you go. Welcome, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Good morning, Senator Curry, Representative Roberts, and members of the committee. My name is Lori Dorr. I live in Augusta. I'm an RN and the Quality and Compliance Nurse Specialist for Spectrum Healthcare Partners. I've been a nurse in the ambulatory care setting for almost 30 years, and I'm also a healthcare accreditation surveyor for ambulatory surgery centers across the United States. I present testimony for nor against LD 804 on behalf of Spectrum Healthcare Partners. I agree. It's LD 804 is redundant to the CFR and to the HHC standards. I agree that this issue needs to be identified, but it's problematic for some reasons that I'll describe for you. Currently, accreditation standards for ambulatory surgery centers require the facilities have written plans and procedures in place to handle all types of recalls, not just medical devices. It could include medications, equipment, even food that serve the patients. Ambulatory surgery centers notify patients of medical device recalls based on the urgency and importance of the recall as defined by the manufacturers and FDA, which Mr. Austin alluded to before. The FDA system defines the importance based on classifications, which we talked about before, and the reason that the medical device is being recalled. Some recalls, as Mr. Austin spoke about, are not of a nature or level of risk to warrant contacting every person. And sometimes they release something kind of similar to a safety alert on a product, which means the product needs to be recalled, but acts as kind of a heads up for clinicians when monitoring patient care that there may be something wrong with the device, but the issue is not widespread enough or serious enough for a complete recall. So that's why the FDA has that classification system. There's several actions that can require a response to a recall depending on the nature of the problem, including inspecting the device for problems, repairing the device, adjusting the settings on a device, destroying the device, notifying patients of a problem, or monitoring patients for health issues. So orthopedic medical devices include items that sometimes don't have patient-specific identifiers such as wires, and they don't have serial numbers to identify them or to know who they were given, similar to like grocery store recall notices. When you hear on television, they think there might be something wrong with the product, we just want to let you know. So in these cases, identifying each patient who received the product would be unrealistic for many orthopedic practices. The current systems work. I've been involved in multiple implant recalls in my career. One was for faulty screws that had been implanted in some knee patients. And the process to identify and notify patients who had the screw implanted took some time to be really thorough. And in some cases, it took more than 30 days to complete due to being able to identify patients affected through multiple record reviews and searches of implant documentation.
Ms. Dorr?
Yes.
Can I ask you to just wrap up in the next 10, 15 seconds? Thank you.
Yeah. I would just say that the communication being in writing is, in some cases, it would be very important for the physician to directly contact the patient and not just send out a letter. And I thank you for your time and consideration, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much, Ms. Dorr. So you've brought another wrinkle to this discussion, which is that I think to this point I've been thinking of devices as knees and hips, and you're bringing up screws and wires and as a definition of an orthopedic device, so I'm just can you speak a little bit further on that? So are there other things that are currently defined as orthopedic devices? Can you confirm those are defined as orthopedic devices? And
Yes,
are there other things that we should be aware of?
Yep. So there are, the FDA has a website that has all the definitions. There's multiple different things that could be, it's medical. When you use the term medical device, it isn't necessarily something that's implanted, but I understand that the legislation, I think the intent is that it's focused on the implantable orthopedic devices, but there are other ones that are considered medical devices.
Okay. So like a rod for fixing a broken bone. All right. So
Right.
Thank you. Are there other questions for Ms. Dorr? Seeing none, thank you very much for your testimony today.
Thank you.
Ms. Breton, is there anyone else here to give testimony?
Not to my knowledge, sir.
Having heard all the testimony on LD 804, I'll now close the public hearing on LD 804. And Ms. Roberts, would you be able to, Representative Roberts, would you be able to chair LD 885? I'm sorry to put you on the spot for just a moment.
That's fine.
So it's an act to promote promote bulk retail purchasing. Are you able to do that?
Absolutely, yeah.
Thank you very much. I have to step away for just a moment.
Is Representative Morales in the waiting room, in the attendees?
Yes, she is, but under two different ones, so I don't know which one she is. I'll promote both.
Or she can just raise her hand, maybe, and that might work.
That might work.
Okay, I will
Mine
now,
just dropped to the top, so let me promote this person. Yep, she raised her hand.
I will now open the hearing for LD 885, an act to promote bulk retail purchasing. And there she is, Representative Morales, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much. All right, let me just pull up my testimony. Senator Curry, Representative Roberts, and esteemed members of the Joint Standing Committee on Innovation, Development, Economic Advancement, and Business. My name is Victoria Morales, and I represent House District 33 in South Portland. And I am proud today to sponsor LD 885, an act to promote bulk purchasing. Before I begin the presentation, I just wanted to share that this is a bill that was presented last session in the same format that it's presented to you today, and it passed out of this committee, but because of COVID was unable to get across the finish line. I wouldn't be here today sponsoring LD 885, which was LD 1933 last session, an act to promote bulk purchasing, if it weren't for my daughter, Willa. Willa is 14 and in the 9th grade. She cares very deeply about her relationship with the earth. A few years ago, she began learning about zero waste initiatives and how, as consumers, we can produce less waste in our daily lives. She was shocked to learn that the first plastics ever created in 1907 are still with us today because they take between 500 and 1,000 years to decompose. She is devastated to learn about the effects of plastics on our animals of the sea and land. We have all seen tragic photos of sea turtles with plastic bags around their necks, whales washed up on beaches with thousands of pounds of plastics in their bellies, and giant islands of floating garbage in the ocean. For years, we have been told that recycling is the answer, but that unfortunately is not true. Today, many US municipalities either don't have recycling programs or are now unable to afford the significant increases in recycling costs since the global recycling economy fell apart in 2018. The reality is that only 12% of plastics get recycled today, according to the EPA. So what do we do? Particularly when plastics are a part of the oil and gas industry, which has a stronghold over our economy, our regulatory system, and our politics. In researching this issue, Willa came across a TED Talk by Lauren Singer, the owner of the Package Free shop in New York. I highly recommend that you all watch it because it really changed our lives. She learned that we can refuse to accept the status quo of purchasing items packaged in plastics, and she set our family on a goal to significantly reduce our plastic intake. Along this journey, we were thrilled to discover that GoGo Refill, a package-free zero-waste store, was opening right here in South Portland. Since opening, Laura Marston, the owner of GoGo Refill, has provided us with the education and tools we need to be able to reach our goal of reducing the amount of plastic we accept into our home. Laura is also an integral co-creator of LD 885 with me and will speak to you after me about the importance of this bill today. Some states and many countries are helping to facilitate this cultural and economic transition by creating a permissive and supportive regulatory environment to assist both retailers and consumers who are choosing to reduce packaging waste. Indeed, here in Maine, we are moving in that direction as well, banning single-use plastics and certain harmful and dangerous polystyrene food packaging last year. LD 885 takes that one step further by providing clarity, guidance, and education to retailers about how they can allow consumers to bring their own containers to purchase certain food items and non-food items in their stores. As I mentioned, this bill passed out of committee last session with the collaboration of the Department of Agriculture, Conservation, and Forestry on the same bill that is before you today. The intent of the bill is for the Department of Agriculture to make clear in its guidelines that allowing consumers to bring their own containers for the purchase of food and non-food items is permissible, and to provide safety guidelines and technical assistance for best practices. Thank you so much for the opportunity to speak with you today.
Thank you, Representative Morales. Does the committee have any questions for the representative? Seeing none. Ms. Breton, I have 3 people on here that are neither for nor against. A representative referenced someone speaking in support. Are there anyone in the attendees list that are looking to speak in support of this bill? That's
No.
the second.
There we go.
You're wondering why there were 2 Victoria Morales in the.
Hi. Are you guys ready for me?
Yes, you can
Okay.
introduce yourself, where you're from.
Yes,
and
my name is.
3 minutes.
Okay, thank you. It does say Victoria Morales on me, but I'm not. Senator Curry, Representative Roberts, members of the committee, thank you for this opportunity to present to you. My name is Laura Marston. I'm the owner of GoGo Refill in South Portland. We're New England's first plastic-free refill shop. It was a little over a year ago that I spoke to this committee in person on the same issue. At GoGo Refill, we sell package-free bulk items for home and body, and we encourage our customers to bring their own containers to fill and refill. I'm here today representing my one small business, but I'm also representing a growing and active group of consumers who are trying to do their part by refusing single-use plastic and controlling the waste they make in their homes and businesses. This is a demographic that is rapidly growing across the globe. LD 885 would help this motivated group by creating a structure for them to safely refill their own containers with grocery and non-grocery items. Here's what that could look like in real life. I can take my clean mason jar, for example, to my local food co-op or participating grocery store. There, I can choose my bulk item and fill my container. I could choose things like peanut butter, rice, spices, etc. Since bulk items are sold by weight, the store simply subtracts the weight of my jar and I pay only for the weight of my food. By shopping like this, we are able to reduce packaging waste, which is crippling waste management systems around the world, and certainly here in Maine. For reference, packaging waste is nearly 40% of all material sent to waste management facilities here in Maine. I understand that the opposition to allowing this type of refilling is potential contamination. The plastics industry has used COVID as a convenient opportunity to roll back the great strides we've made in recent years. But now that we know more about COVID-19, we know that surface spread is not likely, and disposables are no safer than reusables. The science here is consistent. Grocery stores have safely been allowing reusables back in their stores for many months. In fact, as early as June, Greenpeace and hundreds of scientists and doctors released a statement about the safety of using reusable containers, even in food service settings. With this bill, we can make sure that people and businesses have the proper guidelines to safely and effectively reuse containers. Other states have enacted laws with rules for handling reusable containers in grocery and restaurant settings, like California's Bring Your Own bill, which was signed into law in July of 2019. With procedures and guidelines for consumers and businesses alike, we can safely use and reuse the same containers and cut down on wasteful plastic packaging. Enacting this bill will add to the existing effective measures that Maine has already taken: the polystyrene ban, the plastic bag ban, and the EPR for packaging bill, which is also being considered this session. Thanks to the hard work of this committee and the legislature, Maine continues to be a leader in this area. Thank you for your time, and together we can help reduce harmful single-use plastic. I'd be happy to take any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Marston. Does the committee have any questions? Senator Curry.
Thank you, Ms. Marston. And thank you, Chair Roberts. So my question is, are there specific prohibitions? Are there laws out there right now that are preventing the use of bulks? Or do you see this more as individual businesses not knowing how to handle it and seeking the guidelines and structure to help them be able to know how to handle reusable packaging? Where can you talk a little bit further about that?
Yes, I can. So my store in South Portland does not sell food items. And that's because when I was starting the business a year and a half ago, I went very deep in the Department of Agriculture to try to find out if it was permissible. I'm a rule follower by nature, so I wanted to make sure I wasn't planning a business around something I couldn't do. I asked questions of inspectors and all the way up the chain until I was told that no, the only thing in the food code that says you're allowed to refill is your reusable coffee mug. So there's not necessarily rules against it, but just a lack of clarity on the rules and some interpretation saying that no, you cannot refill your own container in a grocery or restaurant setting. And also just anecdotally from my experience as someone who was always bringing my own container everywhere and asking people to fill it, restaurants and grocery stores, they don't know if they're allowed to. They are the ones that would like to participate, want to do so, legally and by the rules.
Thank you very much.
Are there any other questions for Ms. Marston? Seeing none. Ms. Breton, are there anyone else in the attendee list before we move to the neither for nor against who are either for or against?
Not to my knowledge, Representative.
Okay. Can you bring Ms. Cummings and Mr. Picard in, please? Ms. Cummings, how are you?
Good morning. Thanks so much. Senator Curry, Representative Roberts, and members of the Committee on Innovation, Development, Economic Advancement, and Business. My name is Christine Cummings. I'm the Executive Director of the Maine Grocers and Food Producers Association. MGFPA is a business trade group representing Maine's food community, Main Street businesses, including independently owned and operated grocery stores, supermarkets, food and beverage producers, processors, and our distributor partners. As Representative Morales noted, this is a reintroduction, now LD 885, previously known as LD 1933 from last session. Our understanding is that last session, the bill was amended to be a resolve requiring the Department of Agriculture to study and ensure its rules and guidelines neither preclude nor require business owners from allowing customers to supply their own containers for bulk purchase of certain food and non-food items. Similarly, the resolve required technical assistance for best practices. The bill was voted out of the IDEA Committee as an amended resolve, but died due to the legislature's adjournment stemming from COVID-19. LD 885 differs slightly from the resolve in that it seeks to add clarity to the department's rules by adding a section on reusable containers into law. It still specifies that the department must provide technical and education assistance to business owners and consumers with a required progress report due back to the committee by February of 2022. MGFPA, the Retail Association of Maine, Hospitality Maine, all testified originally on the bill addressing concerns around food safety and requirements that may have sought to supersede safety precautions and requirements at retail. Many products found on our grocery store shelves and are in packaging best suited for food safety and shelf stability. MGFPA appreciates the sections within Maine's food code law that mirror the federal model food code, allowing for the use of properly washed containers for non-hazardous foods. We recognize and support efforts to reduce packaging and reusable containers at retail, but express hesitation for any policies that would cause risk to food safety protocols. We are supportive of the department's lead and continue to advocate for this effort and is best suited as a resolve, a less prescriptive manner than referencing reusable containers in Title VII. MGFPA stands ready to work with interested businesses who wish to promote the practice of reusable containers and the Department of Agriculture to facilitate the development of best practices and guidance documents. There are still some unknowns in the feasible execution of promoting the use of reusable containers, specifically in relation to weighing goods on scales to determine the pricing and how to ensure the correct and fair payment of goods in various customer-supplied containers, known in the industry as teraweights, the unladen weight, the total weight of the empty container. This will require staff training, potential customization of computer systems, and education for the customers who want to participate in the process as well. Happy to try to answer any questions, and I thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you, Ms. Cummings. Does the committee have any questions? Seeing none. Thank you, Ms. Cummings. Mr. Picard, you are up next. And Ms. Breton, if you could bring in Ms. Pullen as well. Thank you.
Good morning, Senator Curry, Representative Roberts, and members of the IDEA Committee. I'm Curtis Picard, President and CEO of the Retail Association of Maine, and I'm here to testify neither for nor against on LD 885. Ms. Cummings did an excellent job. I honestly have nothing else to add to what she said. In my written testimony, which I submitted last night, we just wanted to emphasize that we appreciate that this bill does not require retailers to take back reusable or use reusable containers. It's a voluntary system, and we understand the Department of Ag also submitted some testimony, which we think the committee will find helpful. So I'm happy to stop there and answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Mr. Picard. Are there any questions from the committee? Senator Searway.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Why wouldn't this bill be under Ag instead of the IDEA Committee? Seems like some of these bills that we're getting are not fit for what we're looking at. What's your thought on this, Mr. Picard?
Yeah, Senator Searway, that's a decision for the legislature to make where these bills end up. I do know last year's version of this bill was in front of the IDEA Committee, so it is consistent in that regard, but I leave that to the legislature to decide where certain bills go.
All right, well, thank you. All right.
Are there any other questions for Mr. Picard? Seeing none. Thank you for joining us today. Up next, we have Ms. Celeste Pullen from the Department of Agriculture, Conservation and Forestry.
Good morning. Senator Curry, Representative Roberts, and members of the Joint Standing Committee on Innovation, Development, Economic Advancement, and Business. My name is Celeste Pullen. I'm Director of the Quality Assurance and Regulations Division of the Department of Agriculture, Conservation, and Forestry, speaking neither for nor against LD 885, an act to promote bulk retail purchasing. DACF is responsible for ensuring a safe food supply, including that appropriate steps are adhered to in licensed facilities, such as retail establishments, to ensure a sanitary environment and to prevent contamination. In particular, the Division of Quality Assurance and Regulation enforces the Maine Food Code, which requires that foods are packaged, processed, prepared, and stored in a sanitary and safe manner. The department recognizes that the world of food packaging results in a great deal of waste, and that many customers would prefer to utilize more environmentally conscious packaging. Food packaging is commonly made from plastic or other non-recyclable materials. The department supports the desire to reduce waste and to utilize packaging that can be reused. We balance that, however, with our responsibility to prevent contamination and foodborne illness. The Maine Food Code, which incorporates sections of the Federal Model Food Code, allows take-home containers for foods to be refilled so long as they are not filled with potentially hazardous foods and have been appropriately cleaned. Further, beverage containers may be reused provided they are appropriately cleaned. Hence, utilizing reusable containers for potentially hazardous foods is not allowed under the Maine Food Code. Those include foods that are temperature controlled, such as meat, poultry, seafood, deli meats, salad bars, and temperature controlled ready-to-eat foods, which are foods cooked and presented at a constant temperature like soups and hot bars. This category of potentially hazardous foods is most likely to present opportunities for contamination. The department does not interpret the code as preventing retailers from voluntarily allowing customers to use personally supplied refillable containers for certain products such as dry goods, produce, and baked goods. To make the distinction between potentially hazardous foods and shelf-stable foods very clear in the legislation, we suggest that the committee replace the term certain food with shelf-stable food in Section 219A of this bill. The department can create guidance for retailers that allow bulk container use that outlines how reusable containers may be used for shelf-stable foods, thereby reducing waste and meeting customer demand. Note that this guidance will also include advice to retailers, staff, and customers that any customer-supplied reusable container must have its accurate weight clearly marked in order to be acceptable by the retailer. This is because the customer container marked tare weight must be subtracted from the gross weight to obtain the accurate product net weight upon which the price of the good is calculated. We do note that last year's bill of the same intent was turned into a resolve, directing the department to conduct the above-mentioned activities. Given that we anticipate working with retailers and others to craft appropriate guidance and technical materials, we're open again to having this bill become a resolve. Thank you for your time, and I would be happy to answer questions now and provide more detailed information during the work session.
Thank you, Ms. Bullen. Are there any questions from committee members? Seeing none. Thank you for joining us today. Ms. Breton, are there anyone else in the attendees that are wishing to testify?
Not to my knowledge.
Okay. Having heard all testimony from those present today, I will close the hearing on
Nope. I don't believe anybody is. I think they're all on the next bill.
Okay, I will close the hearing for LD 885 and hand the gavel back over to Senator Curry.
Thank you, Representative Roberts. So we will now open the public hearing on LD 1131, an act to allow reciprocity for licensed workers from out of state. And Ms. Breton, if you could promote Representative Hutchins.
I do not see him, Senator, but I can call him.
Are there any co-sponsors in the attendee list? I'm looking as well.
I had him as the only sponsor on this bill.
Okay, thank you. I'm scouring through for other folks in support. We're going to take just a moment, give Representative Hutchins a moment to get in here. So the committee will be at ease for, let's say, 3 minutes, and we will come back in 3 minutes.
Representative Hutchins is voting in another committee and he'll be right with us.
Ms. Breton, have you had any success?
Yes, he is currently voting in another committee and he'll be joining us momentarily.
Great. Thank you very much. Welcome back, everybody. We have a long schedule today, so I'm looking to be efficient with our time. I think Representative Hutchins is making his way this way. We're going to start with, while we wait for him, we're going to start with those in support of this bill, and we will make sure, and hopefully he'll be able to join us as he comes, as he's able to. So I will ask that Ms. Breton, if you could promote the first person. I'm looking for the list right now. Ms. Betsy Sweet.
Good morning, and thank you so much, Chair Curry and Chair Roberts and members of the committee. This is my first time this session speaking to you, and I'm very honored to be here, and thank you all very much for your service. I am very grateful. I am representing here the Behavioral Health Community Collaborative. We are a group of 8 nonprofit community providers providing community mental health services all over the state. And collectively, we serve about 70% of the people who receive community-based mental health services in the state. As you can imagine, this is an incredibly challenging time, and our community mental health system has been under-resourced and over demand for the last decade probably, and the pandemic has only made that worse. Right now, just in 2 of our agencies, one has a 16% vacancy rate for staff, the other has a 14% vacancy for staff. And what that means is that there are young children and there are people who need mental health services on waiting lists, and they cannot get the services they need. In one service alone, home and community treatment for young people, there's over 475 families waiting over 60 days to get help. Now, these are people with severely challenged young people who just want help in their home, and they cannot get it for over 60 days. And, you know, those are numbers, and I can give you all those numbers, but really think about a family that is struggling. And there are many things that contribute to this staffing shortage. One of which, as I mentioned, is resources and our failure to pay. You know, now the wages that we pay direct care workers in mental health are not as much as people are paid at Walmart or at McDonald's. And so we are competing with services in industries that we have not had to compete with before. So that's one issue. But the other thing is this whole issue of reciprocity. There are many people, as we know, because of this pandemic and other things, moving to the state. People come here with credentials. People come here with very similar or even more rigid credentials than we have for licensing and credentialing for all kinds of providers. And they have to wait often 4, 6, 8 months before they are able to receive a Maine valid license. And obviously the providers can't hire someone conditionally. And they're being asked to do things like one woman at Gateway Services, which provides mental health services, among many other things, to new Americans. She was a trauma specialist. She was licensed in New York, had been living in Maine for a long time. They made her go back 30 years to get transcripts and grades and then retake a test she had just taken in New York City to qualify in New York State. So it took them 5 months to be able to hire her. In the meantime, there were 23 clients that had to be found other providers, and most of those people remained on a waiting list for this time. So again, there's plenty of safeguards, I believe, in this bill to make sure that we're not, taking someone from a state where there are no standards. But I think this is just a common sense thing. I was pleased to see that it doesn't prevent us from also doing the same thing on an international level, because that's also an issue. And I know that you've all heard about that as well. So we just encourage you to do this. We are also working on bills in Health and Human Services to do similar things that are more specific to specific categories. But I think this would go a long way to help people, to really welcome people home to me.
Thank you very much. Ms. Sweet, are there any questions from the committee? Senator Searway.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I guess it's good morning still. Ms. Sweet, I just have a question. I know you mentioned about research of their records and stuff. I would think that that's still important to have in order to even be able to affirm that they should be here. So I'm kind of concerned about that. The other part would be, I had spoke to a person that works with the Department of Human Services, and she kind of, she goes along and tries to help people get certified to come to this state. And she said the big problem she's finding is the language barrier, and many times getting records to prove that they actually are what they say. And so how do we handle that properly to get this reciprocity that you want? And to me, it's kind of a challenge.
Yeah, thank you for the question, Senator. I think there's two things. One is that any employer who is hiring does a reference check and talks to other people. And in this bill, they have to have been working somewhere, I believe it's for 3 years before this can go into effect. So there are people that they can talk to make sure that they are who they say they are and they have the credentials that they have. But I think we have to really question a lot of the records that they are looking for. That one of the things that takes so much time is being asked to go back to records who are people who are in their 40s and their 50s to look at test scores, like exam scores and grade, their grades from college that were 30 and 40 years ago. And, that just takes most of those things. I was talking to a woman yesterday in an agency. She said, my records have been archived for at least 30 years. It's going to take them a month to go through the archives and find my stuff, So again, I think that if someone has been working and we have references available, certainly the bill could be amended, but also any employer is going to do that work.
Yeah, I just experienced, just to follow up on that, Mr. Chair, I just experienced, they've been struggling with educators and law enforcement of situations that happen, and they just let them go rather than reporting it. And what happens in this case where it might be, they might have worked for a year or 2 or 3 years and said, well, we'll just let you go. We're not going to say anything. And then they just tell you that it's okay. So that's kind of, I'm concerned about that too, if you don't have the proper records.
Yeah, and I think, I believe that one of the issues and one of the problems in the issue that you mentioned is that records don't show it either. So like you can know that someone left, but you don't know why they left. The records don't necessarily show why they left. And so I understand the issue. I'm not sure that requiring, not doing reciprocity is an answer to that. And as I said, no one is trying to say, let's let people who don't have qualifications or someone who has a problem in their record, in their work history, let's let them, come and be work here in Maine. But I think that there are enough safeguards in place, and people are, we are very diligent between background checks and fingerprinting and all that kind of stuff for anyone who works in the mental health field, and certainly in a residential setting. And I think that that's covered in other parts of the law.
Chair recognizes Representative Geiger.
Thank you, Senator Curry. Ms. Sweet, so nice to see you. So nice to see your face this morning. So I've read through this bill a couple of times. I wasn't aware. I at one point worked for the VA, and the application process took 8 months. And it was only because I was in extraordinary circumstances of finishing up a thesis for graduate school that I was able to wait that long. Otherwise, I would not, which is why Togus has a consistent severe nursing shortage because of that kind of time. I wasn't aware that Maine had a similar requirement for going back 30 years to look for transcripts. So can you talk a little bit about under what circumstances do you have to go back if you have a current license or a current government certification? Are we only talking about those with private licenses where there's nothing similar to in the state of Maine?
No, we're talking about anyone who is not currently didn't get their license here in Maine. So in order to get licensed or to get that reciprocity, they have to go back. And really what is required, and I promise you, we are working on this also in the Health and Human Services Committee to try and update sort of our processes. And a lot of the people, and again, for a new graduate or for someone who's only been in the field for 5 years, it's not a problem. But if we have people who are re-entering the workforce, or people who have worked, we have a number of people who have worked for, let's say, 30 years in Connecticut, and then they're retiring, they're coming to Maine, but they want to work for another 5 years. And we have such a shortage of providers. It's unbelievable. And so, those are the people who get really caught, right? Because, they have to go back and, I don't know how I would find my records at this point in my life. And so I think that's what we're talking about. And again, the average wait, I think, and this is not scientific, but the anecdotal average wait is between 4 to 6 months for someone to get certified in Maine. And that's a long time when we have such huge staffing shortages.
Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Roberts.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I was just going to suggest that one of the sponsors leads could present the bill so the committee has a better idea of what is what we're hearing right now.
Excellent.
Either Senator Searway or Representative Bernard.
I'll take that and that suggestion. I want to check in with the 2 representatives that have questions, if there are any more questions for Ms. Sweet. Or would you, If it's on the bill in general, Representative Collmore.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks, Ms. Sweet, for being here today. I appreciate it. I don't know if you know, but in my background, I am actually a certified behavioral health professional. So I'm very familiar with the process that you have to go through. The one question that I have about this, and I, like Representative Geiger, have read through this multiple times because it is a lot to take in. This is a very long bill. I know that even from the time that I became a behavioral health professional back in 2005 to now, that the requirements have changed. And so my concern is that if somebody has, you're saying that these people have to go back 30 years for transcripts, which to me seems unbelievably ridiculous given the way things have changed in colleges, how they keep their files and stuff like that. But how does this help with the changes as well? So if somebody is licensed, like when I was licensed in 2005, I'm grandfathered in to the current practices as long as I keep up with professional development things. But somebody who may be coming from another state licensed under older things, is there like a quick course that they can take that won't take 4 to 6 months to get licensure, just to bridge that gap?
Well, I think it's a great question. And I think one of the things, I don't know of such a course, Representative Collmore, but I do think it's important that, you know, again, an employer is going to look and see if someone has kept up with their CEUs and, you know, kept up with, you know, what, and to ask and say, what have you done to keep up with your, you know, continuing education credits to keep current? That's to me an employer issue, right? Saying, you know, because if I got my license 30 years ago and haven't done anything since then, well, you know, that doesn't make me a very good behavioral health provider. But I think, you know, I think it's possible. So anyway, I think that if we can tweak the bill, and I'll take a look at it again to see if there's a way we can amend it to make sure that people are current in terms of their best practices. But I also think that the employers will take on, I know they will take on the responsibility of making sure that the people that they hire have those certifications as well, and they kept up.
Representative Hasselfuss.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mrs. Sweet, there's a number of bills similar to this in front of this committee this session. And there's kind of two primary differences. That being permitting the specified boards to make their own analysis and dictate from us specifying what they must and must not accept. Do you think the proper process is to give guidance to the boards to refine their procedures to make it easier for people to be certified? Or do you think that we should say that they must give certification if certain, you know, essentially in the statute, if certain things are followed?
Yeah, that's a great question, Representative Hasselfuss. You know, I think it's really important to you know, I would prefer the former, right? Give guidance and say, please make this easy. But my experience over the last 30 years as in this field as an advocate is that we've said, come on, you know, like hurry up. I mean, not, you know, we've said in more professional ways, this is really challenging. And I think sometimes, you know, the boards get, you know, in their own little space, we know how that happens, right? And they can't see the bigger picture. So I think for the legislature, for this committee to say the intent is that you will streamline your procedures, keep people safe, make sure we have quality, but that you know, and maybe it's that you set an expectation that, you know, ask what would it take for you to do this so that people could have it within a month or within, you know, 5 weeks or 6 weeks, whatever. That might be a way, and let the boards think about the specifics, because I do understand the concern that if we say, you know, you must do this, you know, that some, you know, what's necessary for a plumber might be different than what's necessary for a behavioral health specialist. But I think that we keep it putting it off or hoping that the boards are going to do it. And the reality is that they haven't. And so I think the strongest incentive and the strongest direction you can give to them is the thing that will be the most helpful.
So, Ms. Sweet, this bill, from my understanding, is essentially to take that discretion away from the board, to require them to, if someone has it in another state, that they really have no discretion. They must accept it. Is that's what you're advocating for, correct?
Well, Senator Curry, yes, but I think within that, it does ask for, it does give them requirements or responsibility for making sure that the people that they're providing to reciprocity to have similar, and equivalent kinds of requirements to get to that license, right? If the state has a license that said, you just need a high school degree to become a therapist, well, no one expects that we should do reciprocity with that, So I believe, as I read the bill, and maybe we should clarify it further, there has to be, they have to meet the guidelines and certainly the framework of what we have in Maine.
Great. Senator Searway, I wanted to check in with you as a lead for this committee. Did you want to present on this bill? I still do not see the bill sponsor, and I've gotten guidance that we can. And I am quite aware that we've kind of moved forward without that, given that this is our public testimony. If you or Representative Bernard would like to speak on present on behalf of that, I wanted to give you the opportunity.
I don't have it right in front of me. If Jody wanted to send it to me, I can do that.
Okay. Let's see here. Ms. Olson, if you could put in chat the link, is that a possibility?
Because I've got my other laptop here, so I can.
Great. If you want to, you can grab that chat link. I just wanted to give you the opportunity. If you don't care to, that's completely okay too.
No, that'd be fine.
So I put the sponsor's testimony in the chat box, the link.
Okay.
I actually sent it to all panelists.
Okay.
Okay, so try to. So are you ready? Okay. So dear Senator Curry, Representative Roberts, and members of the Committee of Innovation, Development, and Economic Advancement and Business. This is from Sherman Hutchins and represents District 131, and wants to thank you for giving this opportunity to bring in an idea to your committee in the form of LD 1131, an act to allow reciprocity to licensed workers from other states. She feels this will allow more people to remain employed when they are changing their living locations and have a positive impact on our economy. The state of Arizona has used this very law to help moving to their state. I listened to Governor Doug, I guess it's Ducey, discussed how well the reciprocity program has worked for them. And we all know that Maine is a great state, but making it easier to remain employed after a long move from another part of our country will attract people. This gives Maine another way. This is small print, so I'm trying to welcome new people and add to our growing economy. A clear example of the plan is the traveling nurse program that contributes to local hospitals and nursing homes. This has been a process used for a number of years in the healthcare industry. What I propose is that all licensed professions that are easily transferable be included in the law. Gotta get to the next page here. After this past year in particular, where more families are moving to the safer states like Maine, this idea is needed more than ever. A review of the current reciprocity rule may lead to an expansion of the process in the light of current COVID restrictions. So I guess that's the bill.
Excellent. Thank you, Senator Searway.
Thank you.
And Representative Geiger.
Thank you, Senator Curry. So this is just a question for you, Senator Searway. As I read through this bill, it sounds like the first part, 18602, we're saying if someone has a valid occupational license or government certificate from another state, we should just accept that as long as it's current. They're in good standing. They've never been disqualified. It's never been revoked or surrendered. They have no complaints. And that seems to me to make total sense. Where I have questions is, am I reading correctly that 18604 work experience and 18605 private certification, we're saying if you only have work experience but no certification and no license, we should give you one. And if you have a private certification, can you give me an example of a private certification that wouldn't translate to a license in another state? Is this saying even if you have a private certification, which Maine doesn't recognize, we would hand you a state certificate, but we're not comfortable enough with that to say that you could then take that somewhere else? I'm trying to figure out what's happening here.
You mind if I try to answer this a little bit?
Senator Searway, go ahead. I'm recognizing your pinch hitting here, and so I want to make sure that we definitely make sure the time for the public hearing that we're hearing from the public. But go ahead, Senator Searway.
Well, I'm thinking of, like, in law enforcement, we've had many law enforcement officers come from other states, and I think as law enforcement, they have like an alert exam that will actually show what their knowledge is. And also, and then if they have their certifications and records and that can be reviewed, there may be a few classes that they have to take just to catch up, and then they can be hired and transferred. So I think if we could do something similar to that, I would think it would be the way to go. I just don't think just taking their word for it, or just calling somebody and saying, oh, that's good, and then taking it for granted, I don't think that's a wise choice.
Thank you,
So
Senator
that would be
Searway.
my answer.
Yeah. Representative Roberts.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Senator Searway, again, acknowledging your pinch hitting here. I'm just wondering, kind of as Senate lead, to see if you're aware. I'm looking at this bill. It is identical word for word to Representative Andrews' bill that we've already had a full public hearing on. So I'm wondering if you are aware of any amendments that are being submitted, or are we looking at the exact same bill, just to kind of save us some questions?
I think it's the same bill. We could probably group them together and decide what we want to do, later.
Okay, so no amendments that you're aware of?
No.
Okay, thank you.
At this point, I'd like to invite we're still on those in favor of it. So Ms. Breton, if you could bring in the next person who's in favor of this bill. And thank you, Senator Searway, for pinch hitting there. Welcome. Welcome. The floor is yours.
Good morning, Senator Curry, Representative Roberts, and distinguished members of the Joint Standing Committee on Innovation, Development, Economic Advancement, and Business. My name is Jessica La Liberty. I'm the Policy Relations Manager for the Manufacturers Association of Maine, a nonprofit, pro-growth, pro-manufacturing organization representing hundreds of manufacturing businesses and the thousands of employees that they employ. I'm here today to speak in favor of LD 1131 and act to allow reciprocity across for workers from out of state. Maine is the oldest state in the nation. Our workforce is aging, and there simply are not enough people to replace workers lost to retirement. Our membership is made up of aerospace, metal, paper, marine and boat building, semiconductor, wood, textile, aquaculture, biotech, medical device, electronics, RF and wireless communications, plastics, composites, bioplastics, studio, food and beverage manufacturing. Today, there are 4,000 good paying manufacturing jobs available in the state of Maine, yet we struggle to find workers. A key component of the state of Maine's 10-year economic development plan is attracting and growing the talent pool. It is our strong belief the state must make full use of the expertise that is already here and work to keep it. Our association sees LD 1131 as an immediate relief to help address the workforce shortage and an opportunity to urgently help our members fill job vacancies they have. This bill would create a framework for the various government agencies, boards, departments, and other governmental entities that regulate and issue licenses within the state to offer a path of certification or licensure in Maine to persons who hold occupational credentials from other states to allow those people to qualify more quickly to work within their occupations or professions here in Maine. This legislation, we believe, would assist our members in attracting new talent to fill these critical vacancies. There is untapped talent in our state. We must remove obstacles and allow these workers to use their skills and their certifications. It is a critical need. The Manufacturers Association in Maine firmly backs this proposal and urges an ought to pass vote by the Innovation, Economic Advancement, and Business Committee. Thank you for the opportunity to speak on this important issue.
Thank you very much. Do committee members have any questions? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Ms. Breton, is there anyone in the waiting room or in the attendee list who is seeking to speak on behalf of this bill, in favor of this bill?
I believe everybody left in the attendee room is in opposition.
Okay, I would ask you to promote Commissioner Head. Welcome back, Commissioner Head. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Senator Curry. Senator Curry, Representative Roberts, and members of the committee, my name is Ann Head. I serve as the Commissioner for the Department of Professional and Financial Regulation and as Director of DPFR's Office of Professional and Occupational Regulation. I speak today in opposition to LD 1131 on behalf of the regulatory agencies within and affiliated with the department. These agencies issue licenses to individuals pursuant to their regulatory authority under Title 32 of Maine Revised Statutes. When I spoke in opposition to LD 612, I outlined in general terms the problems inherent in implementing a broad mandatory national licensing approach intended to lower licensing standards across the professions covered in Title 32 in order to attract out-of-state licensees to Maine. As we know, 1131 is identical to 612 and would establish the same mandatory national process. In my view, these two bills would rebrand Maine as the lowest common denominator of state licensing by requiring Maine's licensing boards to accept license applicants from any state, regardless of the other state's licensing standards. In its wisdom, the Maine legislature has placed important consumer protections in licensing state licensees to ensure the continued health and safety of Maine citizens. Well, we want to encourage out-of-state licensees to become part of our economy. I don't think Maine needs to compromise its standards, nor substitute the judgment of other states to accomplish this goal. Contrary to some recent claims, a professional license is not just like a driver's license. There are important consumer protections inherent in each of the licensing statutes that should not be eliminated by a broad brush approach. LD 149, a department bill that has been in the works for 2 years, provides an approach that is rational, efficient, and measured to
Commissioner Head? I think Commissioner Head has frozen there.
She has.
Yes. Let's see. We're just having all sorts of issues today. See if she's able to come back.
Yesterday, I experienced it twice and had to restart the go around to get back.
Okay, something's happening.
There's at least 4 people from DFPR in the waiting room.
Okay.
Hopefully one of them could let her know.
Okay.
I'm quite sure that Mr. Yardley, Miss Black, Miss Valancourt, and Mr. Terranova are there.
Let's go ahead to Miss Yard. Next person up, is that Miss Yardley? And when Commissioner Head is back, we will we'll put her back into the queue.
The next person up was actually Mr. Allen.
Okay, that'd be great. Thank you. Mr. Allen, are you with us?
There we go. Sorry, I had everything turned off. Thank you.
Welcome. The floor is yours.
Oh, thank you. Senator Curry, Representative Roberts, and other esteemed members of the Committee on Innovation, Development, Economic Advancement, and Business. My name is Daniel Allen, and I am the Instruction and Professional Development Director for the Maine Education Association, which represents 24,000 teachers, education support professionals, and retired educators across Maine. I'm here to testify in opposition to LD 1131, an act to allow reciprocity for licensed workers from out of state. The bill covers a broad swath of certifications, and it appears to us that it may also cover educators. At this time, we are not convinced that certifications for educators from other states meet the same standards required for Maine educators, or that they require the same preparation. While we are supportive of the idea of reciprocity of teacher certification credentials with other states, we are concerned about blanket reciprocity agreements that do not include a thorough review of a state's current teacher certification program. Maine's laws and rules go to great lengths to ensure qualified educators are coming into our classrooms, teachers and other certified professionals as well, with both the content knowledge and the pedagogy necessary to be successful. In addition, we know many states frequently alter their educator certification criteria, and any reciprocity agreement would need to regularly account for changes that may be made in other states, a task best left to the Department of Education. LD 1131 offers no such analysis. Instead, it offers reciprocity without an accounting of a state's standards for certification. The Maine Department of Education is working diligently on revisions to Chapter 115, the rule that governs the certification of Maine educators. One goal of that revision, as we understand it, is to create alternative pathways to Maine certification that will attract new educators to the state and profession. Again, we believe this is a topic best addressed by the DOE. We look forward to seeing the revisions to Chapter 115 and believe that the department will offer reasonable alternatives that will protect the integrity of Maine's teaching profession. We have no opinion on the impact of the bill on other professions, and we'll leave that discussion to those most impacted. In closing, LD 1131 is not the appropriate tool to streamline the certification process for Maine teachers, and we urge the committee to vote ought not to pass. Thank you for your time. I will stand for questions if you have any.
Thank you very much, Mr. Allen. Chair recognizes Representative Pebworth.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. A quick question. What is the proper tool to increase the speed of teachers certified in other states being certified in Maine? Is it an issue? Does that need to be addressed?
I'm not entirely sure what the proper tool is. I think it would be great if we had a national certification and could carry across states. The only thing we have at the moment is that national board certification, which is not really for new teachers. It's really for teachers with a few years under their belt and some experience that helps them get that. But so a national certification would work. There are more complicated and probably more expensive things that I think would make sense. I would be personally, and I'm not speaking for the MEA on this issue exactly, but I would personally be comfortable with bringing people in from other states who have certifications there or teaching experience, and maybe not knowing exactly what the criteria is. As long as we had a mentorship program that was pretty robust, I don't think what we have right now is quite there in order to fully prepare those teachers or be sure that they're actually of the quality that we need. But I think that could be beefed up. So yeah, that's a hard question, but those are some ideas anyway.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Chair recognizes Representative Geiger.
Thank you very much, Senator Curry. Mr. Allen, so I'm trying to figure out if what we're talking about is that perfect is the enemy of the good or something more substantial. Am I understanding you correctly that if I go to college in Connecticut and graduate with a bachelor's and a teaching degree, I cannot come to Maine and teach?
At the moment, you cannot do that instantaneously. No, they would go through, do a transcript analysis and be sure that you have all the courses that we expect you to have. Some of the ones that might be missing are things like teaching the exceptional child. I don't know if that's true anymore for that particular state or any particular state, but I know that the department needs to look at your transcripts before just offering you the certification.
So I know many, many years ago when I was a new nurse, I took the nationwide nursing exam in New York, and New York had a higher test pass than Maine did. And so because I had passed there, I was immediately given a temporary credential as a graduate nurse here. Do we do that? Is there some way in which you've identified states whose occupational requirements are of a high quality?
We don't. I don't know what the department's doing in terms of evaluating each state's credentialing process. But I know if you come here from another state, you can get a conditional certificate, or if you come from another field, if you have a bachelor's degree, master's degree in another field, and you want to teach and you want to enter, the state will issue you a conditional certification and expect you to pick up some courses and do some other things to meet the standards. And I think from my perspective, that's the thing that's necessary. Teaching's, as they say, kind of an art and a science both. And in order to really judge whether someone's prepared for teaching or not, sometimes you don't know that for a little while. That's why we have a probationary period for teachers, so administrators can take a look at them in the classroom and see how they're doing and whether or not they're a good fit for the school and whether or not they're fully prepared. So just having a license doesn't necessarily mean you're ready to go. Experience matters, the kinds of courses you've taken, all those things come into play.
Thank you very much, Mr. Allen. Representative Geiger, I do believe that the state has, and someone can correct me later, I do believe the state has reciprocity agreements and participation possibly in compacts. And that's something that happens at that level, like not at the legislative level, but at the Department of Education level, where, and I'm vague enough that that's as far as I want to say, but I do know that it's not happening statewide like this bill is requesting, but at that level, they have agreements and relationships with other states.
Yes.
So with that, I don't see any other questions. I'm going to check in with Ms. Breton. Thank you very much, Mr. Allen. With that, I'm going to ask if we've been able to, it does not look like we've been able to bring back Commissioner Head. And so I will ask if a representative from DPFR could be promoted. And is that
Mr. Yardley would be next. I have
excellent.
sent Commissioner Head a new link, and I have sent Representative Hutchins just asked for one as well. So I think they're both trying to get on.
Mr. Yardley, welcome. You're currently muted. No, we're going to have to start charging a quarter to all of us that do
that should be like
we would have a party at the end of the year. So Representative Yardley, or Mr. Yardley, welcome.
Thank you very much, Senator Curry. Some committees used to charge $4 or $5 when cell phones rang, and it's hard to bring cookies now. Anyway, enough jollity. I'm Ben Yardley. I'm senior attorney at the Bureau of Insurance, and I'm here to testify in opposition to this bill. Senator Curry, Representative Roberts, and honorable members of this committee. You will recall that the Bureau testified in opposition to the identical twin, LD 612, when it was heard in March, I believe. We have submitted identical, substantially similar testimony. The names have been changed to protect the innocent. I won't read that testimony, but I do have some highlights I'd like to leave you with. As you know, the Bureau regulates insurance in Maine, and we license producers. We call them producers. They're popularly known as agents. We license consultants and adjusters. And as of yesterday, we have licensed about 196,000 individual licensees. About 190,000 of them are non-residents. I would observe that most, if not all, of those non-residents are unlikely to come into Maine to live. But they have access to the Maine insurance market and are able to sell, solicit, and negotiate insurance as if they were here in Maine. Our concerns about the bill are the same as they were for LD 612. We support the intent, but we already have an efficient reciprocal licensing system for insurance professionals. This is based on understandings with other state insurance regulators and the adoption of model producer licensing laws. This is reciprocal licensing, and it means that anyone who has a license to practice insurance in their home state can get an equivalent Maine license without taking an exam. All they have to do is apply. And this benefit goes both ways. What's good for the goose is good for the gander. Maine residents can get licenses in other states on a non-resident basis because of reciprocal licensing. Maine residents don't have to take this other state's exam or meet any state-specific requirements. And so this bill would create conflicts with our current licensing laws and could have the unintended consequence of actually making it harder for non-residents to become licensed in Maine. There's a requirement for 1 year of licensure. That would be an obstacle, for example. And the bill could also affect Maine residents who want to practice insurance in other states. If we have no,
Hi, can we wrap it up in the next 10, 15 seconds?
we're on our way. Non-uniform licensing requirements could work to their detriment. And we respectfully ask that Title 24A licensees, yes, be exempt from the bill. I'm happy to answer any questions. My colleague Lindsay Laxon is here with me. She's not here to testify today, but if you have technical questions, the two of us can answer them either today or at the work session on Thursday. Thanks.
Seeing no questions, thank you very much, Mr. Yardley. And Commissioner Head, are you back with us?
I believe she is, and I believe Representative Hutchins is in the attendees room now too.
Excellent. Commissioner Head, I wanted to welcome you back and give you an opportunity to finish your testimony and opportunity for questions. Are you there? The suspense is present. So it appears not. If Ms. Breton, if you could go ahead and promote Representative Hutchins. Representative Hutchins, are you with us? In the introduction this morning, I skipped over a section, which was the section, be patient. We're figuring this all out in our digital delivery of public hearings, because I was sure we have all figured it out. We weren't going to run into any issues. Remind me not to skip over that portion in the future. So let's see, are there, Ms. Breton, are there any things that are holding up? Or can you request of Representative Sherman to unmute? See if that helps. I found that.
And Representative Commissioner Head just said that her system is now completely down.
Okay.
So they're trying to get her on.
And I understand that, and I mean, the key part here is for public. So if we can't get Commissioner Head back on, we will certainly invite Commissioner Head back for the work session. So the department will have another opportunity. And Representative Hutchins, welcome.
Yes, thank you.
I wanted to let you know that Senator Searway had pinch hit and read your testimony.
I appreciate that.
And so, but I also wanted to give you a moment to speak on your bill.
Well, I appreciate that very much. I've been on a Marine Resources hearing this morning and had misread the fact that this committee was still going to continue. I misread the fact that you're going to have a work session on the 8th. And so I thought the whole thing had been turned to the 8th. But I have had quite a few requests from people that want to make it easier for reciprocity. And in my testimony that Senator Searway so kindly read, I mentioned that especially with this year in particular, and where people seem to be moving, if you noticed, a for sale sign goes up and it's sold before the people get a chance to come look at it. People are moving to Maine, very quickly. Unfortunately, there are people moving away from Maine also for various reasons. But in this moving back and forth, the reciprocity would be important to look at the regulations and see to it that it is simpler for people at least to continue employment, even if they have to, in the meantime, take extra courses or something to conform with Maine's regulations. But Maine shouldn't be so rigid that it isn't willing to accept these new people.
Thank you very much, Representative Hutchins. Are there any questions from the committee? Seeing no questions, I appreciate your time. Thank you very much. And I will check in again to see, I see Commissioner Head is there. Is Commissioner Head able to join us? Appears not. Ms. Breton, can you promote the next person in the public hearing testimony list?
You ready for me?
We are. Ms.
Great.
Black, welcome.
Thank you very much. Senator Curry, Representative Roberts, and members of the Distinguished Committee. My name is Carla Black. I'm the Deputy Securities Administrator and General Counsel at the Office of Securities. The Securities Administrator appeared before you not long ago to express her opposition to LD 612. And I'm here today to testify on her behalf to reiterate her opposition to this identical bill, LD 1131. I have submitted more detailed testimony, but in the interest of time, I will present a short summary of that testimony. The mission of the Maine Office of Securities is to protect Maine investors through fair and balanced regulation of the securities industry. We accomplish that mission in part by utilizing a national uniform system of licensure for all applicants. The existing licensing system uses uniform examination and licensing standards to license securities professionals in Maine and across the country. Under the existing system, applicants can submit a single application for licensure in multiple jurisdictions, demonstrate passing scores on examinations, pay the appropriate fees, and for most applicants, receive almost immediate licensure, all through an automated process. In 2020, the Office of Securities received 23,695 applications for licensure as a broker-dealer agent, and the office automatically licensed 21,496 of those individuals. Additionally, another 2,079 licenses were issued within 24 to 48 hours of submission to applicants whose licensing history required additional review. Of the total number of applicants, only 120 applications required additional scrutiny. The title of the bill suggests its intent is to provide relief to individuals who would like to work in Maine, but who are discouraged by the occupational licensing process. But I can say with confidence that no such problem exists in the securities industry in Maine. In 2018, there were 629,544 individuals licensed national with the Financial Industry Regulatory Authority as broker-dealer agents, and 114,000 of those agents were licensed in Maine. With Maine's population being approximately 1.35 million, that means there was nearly one broker-dealer agent licensed in the state for every 11 Maine residents. These numbers reflect that the demand to be licensed in the securities industry in Maine is high and that people are getting licensed. LD 1131 proposes to allow applicants to choose to be licensed under an alternative system. Although simple in theory, the bill would create new paths to licensure that would require new, manual, and burdensome processes to evaluate applicants' credentials. At a minimum, the manual process would require additional staff. Given the number of applications submitted to the office each year, a manual review process could easily be overwhelmed if
Ms.
even a
Burrow?
small, yes.
Can you wrap it up for the next 10-15 seconds?
I'm almost right there. Thank you. Creating these additional paths to licensure would make Maine an outlier in the securities industry, and it is conceivable that applicants will file one application for licensure in Maine and one uniform application for all states other than Maine. In the event the bill moves forward, I would ask that occupations regulated by the Office of Securities be specifically accepted, like those regulated by the Supreme Judicial Court under the current language of the bill. I'd be happy to try to answer any questions from the committee now or at the work session.
Seeing no questions, thank you very much, Ms. Black.
Thank you.
Welcome back, Commissioner Head. So you were partway through your testimony. I'm not sure how long you kept going, but when you froze, so feel free to pick up where you would like to pick up, and we'll move ahead.
Right. Thank you so much. I am so sorry. I got about 20 messages that I had frozen, and I was screaming, I know. Anyway, sorry to delay this, but I just wanted to make a final comment. I wanted to let the committee know that I have listened to all of the testimony this morning on this bill. And my final comment is, I agree with some of the comments, that LD 149 provides the approach that is rational, efficient, and measured to attract qualified licensees from other states, while at the same time allowing our regulatory agencies to serve their statutory purpose to maintain legislatively established standards designed to protect the public from unethical and unscrupulous licensees. I'm not saying that they're all unscrupulous. What I'm saying is licensing boards in Maine have a unique responsibility to protect the citizens. That's the ultimate goal. And I would say to you that anyone interested in reciprocity should look at 149 under the title License by Endorsement. That is the appropriate way to incorporate out-of-state licensees into Maine. We don't look at their transcripts from 30 years ago. If they have an out-of-state license, we work with that applicant to make sure they're licensed appropriately in Maine. And I will have to say that I don't think the examples that have been given today display reality. At least I am not aware that it takes 8 months if there is a complete application at the beginning. And we've just been doing research into our own programs to see what is going on here, that we are told constantly it takes too long. So I will come back with some information about that. But I do think that a broad brush approach does not work in Maine. It lumps all professions together. And I think there are good reasons, especially in the mental health areas, to make sure that people that we are inviting into Maine are qualified. I think that's what our role is. So I will end there, and I'd be happy to work with the committee at the work session and answer any questions. Thank you. Sorry for the delay.
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner Head. It would be helpful to get, because at one level we hear of the especially the securities licensing that say this is going to slow us down because we're already faster than what we have automated systems. And then I have seen news reports of very slow processes for counselors or for those in that sector. It would be helpful to hear what's going on in those ones that take longer, as to what are the causes when they go long. Is it a cause of incomplete applications? Is it helping the committee to understand, is there a problem to be fixed? Or what is the nature of the problem to be fixed would be really useful to have for work session. So
I think that would be very reasonable, and I will end with a comment that to get a securities license is pretty simple.
Yeah.
It is not simple when you're looking at a mental health practitioner, and there are so many different varieties of those individuals. So I will not accept a lumping professional licenses, professional boards into one group. They are different. And I think there's a reason for that. And I don't think any other state is different. They want the quality people as well. So I think licensure by endorsement, where you look at another state's license requirements, make sure they're relatively the same as Maine, they will get a license. So I think licensure by endorsement is the way to go, and it is not broad brush. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. And I wasn't implying that the securities license would be the same measure as a counseling license. So I do see that difference. I want to recognize Representative Ducharme.
Thank you, Senator Curry. I just, in thinking about these bills, I think we have these three that are before us, and I think there's several others out there. When we get to work session, are we going to bring those all together at the same time? Because I think it would make a whole lot of sense.
I know these three are together. If there are several out there, they haven't been reported to us at this point. So we are bringing the three that we've talked about, 149, 612, and this one all together. And I believe that is the 8th, Thursday. Yeah, that's this coming Thursday. So,
okay, thank you. Thank you.
Yeah. Chair recognizes Representative Geiger.
Thank you, Senator Curry. So I too am very much looking forward to looking and having a work session on LD 149. It seems clear that something's wrong, that to have so many bills year after year and so many anecdotal stories of people unable to come to Maine, and then to hear Mr. Allen talk about no other state is quite like Maine in terms of accepting a teaching certificate seems like a bridge too far for Maine being that special. At the same time, I totally appreciate, Ms. Head, your arguments for why we can't do sort of a sweeping acceptance. So I very much appreciate you coming to us constantly and giving very thorough and thoughtful testimony. And I'm really looking forward to looking at all of these bills and seeing if there's some way we can move ourselves forward with desperate work shortages without compromising safety. Thank you.
Thank you. And Chair recognizes Representative Pebworth.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My question is, if there are certain licensures that take longer, and that might be an appropriate amount of time or an inappropriate amount of time, depending on who's waiting for licensure or waiting for that position to be filled, what would it take to, across the board, have all licenses from all licensure programming for folks coming from another state to happen 20% faster than it's currently happening, or 25% faster? I mean, we know we need workers in the state of Maine. Like, what would that take? And is that a completely different approach to this problem that might be worth exploring?
I think it's an interesting question. And I guess my thought is there are so many factors to be considered. If you look at all of the information that's been provided to you on the shortage, where are the shortages? I mean, I can tell you, one answer is I need 10 more staff people. That is not really the answer at this point. I think the reason we put this bill out in the public is to show that we are looking to prioritize two different segments of the US population that we're trying to help. And so, you know, I appreciate the question, but I think that would be very difficult to answer without more information about where the complaints are coming from. And I mean, I will have to say that Ms. LaLiberty is asking for people to come and work with the employers. Many of the groups that she mentioned don't require a state license. So this bill may be very appropriate to get out-of-state workers to come to Maine. But in response to your direct question, I'm not sure I can answer that as I'm sitting here today, but I think it's an excellent question. And 149 takes the approach of separating out-of-state licensees who apply for Maine, whether or not they are going to come and live here, separate them from new graduates who come out of graduate school, because they do require more time. They're coming from different schools, from different programs, and there's a lot of documentation that we need on a new graduate that we don't need for a seasoned professional in another state. So I think that's what I'm going to be looking for. During the pandemic, we issued over 2,000 emergency temporary licenses to folks from out of state. We did certainly some background checks, and they had to satisfy certain criteria that were very reasonable. But that happens. They're still applying for those for that kind of license. So I think we're putting everything in a big box, and the various parts of this need to be separated so we can study them. And that's what 149 does for us. We're looking at foreign trained applicants in one way and out-of-state licensees coming for a Maine license in a different way, in a faster way. So I'll stop talking now. That's my perspective today.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Head. Chair recognizes Senator Searway.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm always happy to hear you on and your common sense approach, Commissioner Head. I think that, I just was thinking about the securities part, and also the, thinking back when, in law enforcement, that's a difficult one when we had people come from out of state, and we didn't have very good luck with the ones we had come out of state. In fact, one went to prison, and so we, I think it's be scary to just have a broad brush on a variety of occupations and not have the safety and the security part of it. And also, how would you screen each one in a hurried up fashion and get it done properly? That's the big question. I don't know how you do that. What do you think on trying to get 20%, we'll say, more? How do you do that?
That's another question that I'm not going to be able to answer today, but I think it's a good one. We have, what I would say is 149 requires the same background checks that we do on our own licensees. We do not have, and I'm not sure if it's a problem or not, we don't have at the moment statutory authority to do an FBI, DOJ background check. That's obviously something that is a different legal question for right now. But we do rely on other states to report when one of their licensees applies to Maine. That licensing record has to come with the applicant. And I am very concerned about an applicant who may have committed what I would say is a violation of a board statute or rule that involves substance abuse or some kind of assault background, and they are under supervision by another licensee in another state. That's the kind of information that we rely on to make sure somebody has the knowledge, the skills, the conduct and the qualifications. It's not, I don't want to shortcut that.
Right.
That's what we're doing here. And I think 149 is exactly what we need. So until we get background check authority, which is a totally different issue, I think that's got to be my answer.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Commissioner. Seeing no other questions, I will ask Ms. Breton if you could promote. Let's see. It looks like Ms. Penny Valancourt. Welcome, Ms. Valancourt. The floor is yours.
I'm sorry, good afternoon. Thank you so much. My name is Penny Valancourt, and I am the Executive Director of the Board of Dental Practice. And thank you, Senator Curry, Representative Roberts, and members of the committee. The board is opposed to LD 1131, similar to its opposition submitted in LD 612. I will be brief. I do not want to repeat anything that you've already heard, but simply want to offer up that the board is an affiliated board with the department in that it has its own governing statutes and rules for licensure. We are not part of LD 149. However, we do have existing statutory provisions for endorsement, for licensure, for temporary licensure, and for standard licensure that we have been working on for the past 6 years to streamline. We don't experience delays. We do not have any of the issues that I believe I heard today with our licensure process. However, to the extent we can offer up what we're doing as an example of how we believe endorsement provisions are helpful to you and or prospective employers or individuals coming from another state, I'd be happy to offer that at work session. One of the observations I would just provide to you as part of my testimony doing this work for about 15 years is that each state is different in how they license an individual. So that's part of the considerations when we look at endorsement, is not every state licenses and qualifies professionals, dental professionals similarly. So that's our challenge within the dental profession. But certainly we've incorporated all of those challenges and have done all of our streamlining efforts. And again, we do that through the minimum standards. We verify education, examination, and licensure, similar to what you heard from Commissioner Head. But again, I'm usually in front of the Health Coverage Committee, not the IDEA Committee. So if there's any additional information from the Dental Board I can bring forward either now or at work session, I'd be happy to do that.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony. And let's see, I think we have a testimony from Mr. Terranova. Is that correct?
Yes, I believe he's the last one.
Great. Welcome, Mr. Terranova. Floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you, Senator Curry, Representative Roberts, and members of the committee. My name is Tim Terranova, and I am the Assistant Executive Director for the Board of Licensure and Medicine. You have my written testimony in opposition to LD 1131, which again is similar to 612. I will not read it, but I would like to quickly draw your attention to a couple of issues. First, the Board of Medicine has a robust and efficient licensing process. Initial permanent applications take an average of 45 days, but we can also issue emergency licenses within 24 to 48 hours for those applicants who have a position that is starting before their permanent application can be issued. And we belong to the Interstate Medical Licensure Compact, which currently has 32 jurisdictions, and licensees from those 32 jurisdictions can get a main license within 72 hours. There are much more information in my written testimony, but I'd like to give you a real world example of an application that is currently before the board. This applicant has 4 licenses in 4 different states. 2 of those are in good standing. One is not. One in Maryland the physician may only work under the supervision of another physician because of lack of medical records, lack of following appropriate standards. So in Maryland, they are only allowed to practice if they practice under the supervision of another physician. Their last license, Florida, they are not allowed to practice until they finish their probation and supervision in Maryland. So they have 2 licenses that are not full and not in good standing, but they have 2 that are. Under the terms of this bill, we would have to grant them a license because they have a license in good standing. They don't have a criminal record. They do not have a revoked or surrendered license, and they don't currently have any complaints before any boards. So this bill would take the ability for our board to look at that away from us. And I'd like to just read quickly what the applicant said about Florida. His Florida license is suspended until the probation in Maryland ends. And he says, it was explained to me by the medical board director in Florida that they instituted this policy because people would come to Florida with encumbered licenses from other states and try to practice. And our concern is that that is what this bill would create. If you're encumbered in a state, but you have another state that's good, you can get a Maine license and you can come to Maine and practice. And with that, I will end my testimony, but I'm happy to answer any questions now or at the work session.
Are there any questions for Mr. Terranova? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Ms. Breton, are there any other members of the public here to submit testimony?
I do not believe so, Senator.
Having received all testimony, Representative Collmore, you have a question.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to ask if Ms. Olson, we heard reference about the Arizona state having a similar program that was successful, and I wondered if for the work session we could have that documentation to look over.
Yes, I can absolutely bring that.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. On a similar vein, Ms. Olson, if you could inquire, I know this is very quick turnaround, but if you could inquire in regards to whether our teacher certification or reciprocity system is out of line with the rest of the country, or whether it's kind of, you know, how that works in terms of reciprocity. I know we don't often get education related certification. It's not under DPFR, but it sounds like this bill, they're concerned that it will affect certification.
Yes, I can also bring information around teacher certification.
Great, thank you. So having heard all testimony, we'll declare this public hearing closed. At this point, it's 12:30. What is the pleasure of the committee? We have 3 more this evening, or for the afternoon session that's scheduled to start at 1. We have, I'm looking, trying to quickly get to that. It looks like we have got, is it 3 more this afternoon? I would say at least 45 minutes for lunch. And so we would start 15 minutes late. Can everyone make that work? Okay, so we'll start at 1:15. So we'll go on break if you either check out or turn your cameras off. But well, actually, no, I need to double check with Ms. Breton. Do we have a different channel, a different link, or are we staying on this link?
We are staying on this link.
Okay, so you can either mute your video and audio, or you can check out and come back in. So we will reconvene at 1:15.
just so the attendees are aware, the committee will be back at 1:15. We broke a little late this morning. Ms. Blackburn, you are logged in twice. I don't know, you may have shared your link and it may be somebody else, or one may be left from this morning. If I just need to know which one it is you, so if you'd raise your hand just a second, I'd be able to, so that when we get to your bill, I'll be able to move the right person in. Thank you.
Hi, Chip.
Welcome back. If members of the committee could turn on their cameras, we confirm that folks are back. And Representative Roberts, are you willing to take on the gavel?
I am. Do we have a quorum? 1, 2, 3, 5, 6, and 7. There we go. Okay, let's go through the script again. Since we have a new set of attendees. Good afternoon. Welcome to the Joint Standing Committee on Innovation, Development, Economic Advancement, and Business. This committee is assembled electronically today for the purposes of invited public comment and legislation. Before we get started, I want to share some information related to the fact that this meeting is being conducted using an electronic format. The meeting is currently being live streamed on the committee's YouTube channel. This means that anyone who is a participant in the meeting via Zoom can be seen and also heard if your microphone is unmuted. People on the Zoom meeting waiting can testify cannot be seen or heard until they're called upon to speak. This meeting will be recorded and available to view on the committee's YouTube channel soon after this meeting has concluded. And just a quick check, looks like everyone's name is correct. For those on the attendee list, please make sure that the name that's showing up is the name that you've used to register to testify so that we know who to call on when it is time. And note you will have a brief period of limbo where it seems like you're kicked out in between getting called up until you enter into the panelist room with us. So it just takes a second or two, but you will get here to us, I promise. So I would like to, with that, go around and have committee members introduce themselves, please.
Thank you, Representative Roberts. Good afternoon. My name is Valley Geiger. I am representative of District 93, Rockland and Owl's Head.
I'm not seeing Representative Andrews. I'm Representative Pepworth, House District 133, which is Blue Hill, Brooksland, Brooksville, Castine, Surrey, and Sedgwick. Thank you.
I am Amanda Collimore. I represent House District 106, Pittsfield, Clinton, and Detroit.
Good afternoon. I'm Senator Scott Searway, represent District 16, which covers Waterville, Winslow, Fairfield, Benton, Albion, Clinton, and Unity Township.
I am Jack Ducharme, representative for House District 111, which is Madison, Norridgewock, and Solon.
Good afternoon, folks. I'm Representative Sue Austin. I represent portions of Gray, Raymond, Casco, and I have all of Fry Island.
I'm Representative Tavis Hassenfuss, representing House District 81, which is Winthrop, Reedfield, and North Monmouth.
Representative Kyle Bailey, House District 27, which is part of Gorham and a small part of North Scarborough.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Sue Bernard. I represent District 149, which is Caribou, Westmanland, and New Sweden.
And good afternoon. I am Representative Tiffany Roberts, your House Chair, representing House District 6, which is the majority of North Berwick and South Berwick.
And good morning. I'm Senator Chip Curry. I represent the 26 rural, coastal, and island communities of Waldo County in Senate District 11.
And I'd also like to introduce our clerk, Ms. Jody Breton, and our analyst, Ms. Rachel Olson, who will be with us. Now, while this format isn't entirely new to all of us, we have learned earlier today that there still are going to be some unforeseen glitches and mistakes, and we ask that you be patient with us. We are still learning as we go. A reminder to members and attendees regarding the chat function should be used for technical assistance only and not for substantive discussion. We're going to take things a tiny bit out of order per request of the sponsor. We're going to do 12:14, 12:32, and then 12:23 last. So for each bill, we will call in those wanting to testify for, then against, then neither for nor against. When we call on you, please state your place of residence or the organization that you represent. And when we do ask after that you leave the Zoom room and you can watch us on the YouTube channel. And when you're called upon, please make sure that your microphone is not on mute. Again, you can watch this on the YouTube channel. You will have 3 minutes to do your testimony. I can try to time unless someone else would like. Representative Bernard, thank you. So Representative Bernard will be our, oh no.
I'll do it.
That wasn't
Okay.
just no. That was heck no. I actually, but that's not what I wanted to talk about. Go ahead.
Okay. Senator Curry, you're okay with timing? Okay, Senator Curry will be our timekeeper. Again, please keep your microphone muted until it is your time to speak. That being said, I will now open the hearing on LD 1214, an act to require vehicle safety within the funeral industry, presented by Representative Tavis Hassenfuss. And you are on, Representative.
I saw a question from Representative Bernard. Do you want to answer first, or would you like me to go?
Representative Bernard?
Yeah, mine actually has to do with process, and it may be too late to ask this, but it's about this bill and where it is placed. In other words, that it's placed here in our committee. And I'm just curious why this would not be, and I may be behind the 8 ball, put into the Transportation Committee as opposed to ours, because it seems like vehicle safety, transportation, but it may be too late to move it. I don't know. I just don't know the process.
Yeah, we can get through the public hearing and then see. It was probably referred because it's around business regulations. But, you know, we will still go through the public hearing today and see from there and determine whether or not we need to make any decisions as a committee. Does that make sense?
Yes, I was just thinking if it would be moved, then it would not be our jurisdiction, and would it be tough for another committee? Would they have to go through the hearing again so that they could make their vote? I just don't know how that works, and forgive me.
Yeah, we can. We can have a discussion offline if you'd like. Go through the process with you how that all works.
Yeah, Representative Bernard, it's my understanding once we've advertised the public hearing, we need to go through with it. And so so if it comes to a decision after the fact, then we'll go ahead and move forward on that.
Thank you.
Okay. Just a little bit of procedure. My apologies. My written testimony, I believe may have been submitted, but I'm not seeing it on the site. And I've emailed that to the clerk, Ms. Breton, so she has it. If anybody is looking for it, that's where they can find it. And I'm hoping that it will be up shortly. Good afternoon, Senator Curry, Representative Roberts, and the esteemed members of the ADIA committee. I am before you as the bill sponsor of LD 1214, an act to require vehicle safety within the funeral industry. If you have seen the written testimony regarding this bill, you're well aware of the impetus that brought this bill to our attention. And it was a tragic accident that shook my community a few short years ago. The circumstances surrounding this accident have been laid out through the various written submissions, and Marie Charest, who will be on after me, can go into that in further detail. So I won't take my time explaining that. But the important takeaways for this committee, and to borrow the words of some of those who have submitted some written testimony, is that the death from this accident was avoidable, and that it is important that a regulation be put in place before another such incident occurs and another family suffers similar loss. I've submitted this bill to ask my fellow legislators to do exactly that and put a regulation in place and avoid a similar loss. There is currently no regulation regarding the safety of employees transporting bodies in the funeral industry. And to be clear, this is a very heavily regulated industry. So these businesses are no stranger to regulation and the needs to comply with regulation. But currently, and as my written testimony states, there's only one small rule from the board that oversees this industry regarding the transportation of bodies and the containers they're in. And it's primarily designed to protect the bodies themselves and the public from peeping in through a window and seeing a deceased body in the back of a car. And also, contrary to what most people think of when we think of a funeral vehicle, is that it's not a hearse, that very seldom are bodies actually transported in hearse, that usually it's through a SUV or a van that's been modified slightly to allow for a body to lay horizontally in the back. And then they pick them up from the hospital or where have you and bring them to the funeral parlor. And what we're asking is that these businesses take due care in the modifications that they're making to these vehicles to make sure that it protects the driver and passenger who might be in the cabin of the vehicle from being hit from the casket or the container, the body bag, the stretcher, whatever it is in the back that might be carrying the body and its contents. And I also wanted to make you aware of some potential things that may come up. And one is, warranty claims. It's my understanding that there's a federal law that says as long as the alteration to the vehicle was not the cause of the malfunction, then the manufacturer cannot deny you of a warranty claim, and it does not void the warranty. And I will admit that the way the statute is written, we may need a little bit of clarification as far as the floor level and where that goes. Obviously, we can't lower the actual chassis of the vehicle. But what this is asking us to do is to look at putting some regulation in place that says if you install a floor or a platform, it must be the lowest point possible. And essentially it keeps that container in the back below, the horizontal plane of the seat where you would sit up front. This bill is asking members of this committee to just implement reasonable legislation. I don't want to force funeral businesses to buy a whole new fleet of vehicles. But at the same time, I don't think that we should reasonably expect that they can just fold down the back seats of a passenger van, put a board on top of it, and have that be, sufficient measures for transporting bodies in their containers. And so with that, I'm happy to take any questions that you might have for me and open the floor to questions.
Okay, do committee members have questions for Representative Hassenfuss? Representative Pebworth.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I had a question about similarity. It occurs to me that if I were working for a contractor and I were sent to the hardware store to pick up a load in a contractor's truck, a similar type of accident could occur.
Yeah, I think you're exactly right. One of the primary differences there is more often than not, contractors have the specifically designed trucks or vans for that, in the back of a pickup truck or, one of those Mercedes work vans that have the partition. Whereas because of the nature of transporting bodies, you can't really put them in the back of a pickup truck logistically with the other regulations that are involved. You don't want somebody looking in the back of the truck and then there's a body there that we need to find that balance. But yeah, I think that's a legitimate concern in that anybody, transporting anything in their Suburban or van or what have you could run into this problem. Now here, body plus the container is well over 300 pounds, could be, in that vicinity. So I think when you look at the mass of the body and the container, it's probably larger than most people's typical loads. But yeah, I think the same could be said for anybody in a SUV type vehicle with a substantially large load unsecured in the back could run into this same situation.
Representative Collmore.
Thank you, Representative Roberts. I'm curious, Representative Hassenfuss, if you have looked at other states to see what they have in the pipeline for stuff like this, or if there's any other similar laws that could be compared to for Maine?
Yes, and I've actually asked Ms. Olson to look into that for the committee. And I haven't checked back to see what she has found, but I know that we're in the process of trying to find what other laws and regulations are out there across the country regarding this.
Fantastic. So we'll have that for the work session then. Great, thank you.
Senator Searway.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I believe under Title 28, 29, 29A, there should be secure load type laws. And usually public safety tends to check on these type bills. And I think that this would have to follow the guidelines to be able to meet the safety, public safety regulations. I almost think that this would fall under transportation, because I think it's beyond the scope of this committee, what I'm hearing. But anyway, I don't know what the items that they use as a standard for tie downs and that sort of thing. And a lot of them have even rails, I think, that they have for those type vehicles where it secures right in, locks right in. I don't know if you have any of those type statistics or what is available for that, and if there was some mandate or whatever to be put in place for that.
Senator Searway, I'm familiar with the statute that you're talking about, that all loads driving on main roads need to be secured. I think that's primarily talking about with if you have something in the back of your pickup truck or on a trailer or a flatbed. That the concern there is that we don't want loads being dislodged, from the back of a pickup truck, going out in the road and striking oncoming traffic or being a hazard to other drivers. Whereas this here wouldn't be a hazard to anybody else on the road. The primary hazard is to the employees of the funeral industry and not to the public at large when they're driving on our public roads.
I think it's a broad expansion. I mean, the secure load is just a broad law, and this would refine it to one situation, and that's what I'm not sure of. And I think that might be under public safety to hone in on that. So if we can, on the work session, if it does go to our committee, to have public safety involved to give us what their thoughts are on that. I guess we need that.
And Senator Searway, I would say that this is not a transportation issue insofar as the safety of the roads and drivers on the road. It really is about the safety of employees in a specific industry. And it happens to be transport drivers.
Right. It's still an accident though, and still hurt and had an injury. So it still falls under public safety.
Oh, this certainly is,
Yeah.
you know, to regulate public safety.
Right.
Certain individuals within this industry. And did you have a second question in there as well?
Yeah, just what devices that are recommended for this to put in place that wouldn't be to the point where it puts them out of business, but I mean to have it secure enough, you know.
Yeah, and so you can do a quick Google search actually, and there's a link to a website in my written testimony, and you can click on that link and see that they make specifically designed floors and platforms to install into Suburbans, vans, other SUVs that you can purchase those. You can do it online. I'm sure that there's other manufacturers that make similar items. And there's a list right on there that says exactly what vehicles it will fit. And, you know, you order the specific one for your vehicle, install that. You know, all these vehicles are going to have, you know, bolts where the seats bolt in and different places that they can be manufactured. And this bill is simply asking that when you make or purchase an item such as that you secure it safely to the chassis of the vehicle so that it will not become dislodged if you're in an accident, and that the container that rests upon that floor will be secured to the floor so that that also will not become dislodged. You know, it's essentially making sure that what's in the back stays in the back and does not come forward and hit the driver, you know, especially in the head neck area, because it doesn't have to weight or much to, you know, make serious injury if you get hit in the back of the head with something in the back of your vehicle.
Yeah.
I just want to recognize that Representative Roberts has lost internet, and so it will be joining us shortly. Representative Austin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Representative, thank you for your testimony. I just want to ask you to clarify again. I wrote down, you said approximately 300 pounds. And do you describe that as the remains plus what? Can you help me just get the 300 pounds?
Yeah.
Because I was just thinking of the difference between an actual burial casket or are you talking about?
So it could
gurney
be upwards. Yeah, so some might be a gurney, some could be a casket. I think it depends on what task that driver is asked to perform, that the weight that they're carrying will vary, and it'll be different. For instance, the individual will be a different body weight with a different type of container, and this is asking for a way to make sure that it's fastened down so that if you were carrying a body in a casket, let's say that could also be secured. I mean, that would be upwards of 600 pounds or so, I would think, at minimum.
So are you specifically requesting, how have you shaped that in your actual language about the weight? Have you got some deviation or discretion or?
The weight is not specifically identified in the language. What the language and the general construction of the language says that the platform needs to be low.
Mm-hmm.
The point of that is so that nothing is coming, in the head neck area or where vital organs are. It needs to be below the plane, on the seat where one sits. And then the container needs to be secured to that. And I don't know exactly how these platforms work, but my guess is, and what we could require is that there is a safe mechanism for attaching these gurneys or what have you to that so that they don't become dislodged or if in a rear end accident get hit, pop up and fly off. So I think it's going to depend on what container the person is using who's driving and how exactly to fasten that.
Thank you very much.
Chair recognizes Representative Ducharme.
I just had a question. Did we have any statistical information on the numbers involved in these kinds of accidents? And I asked that because I've got a couple of friends that are in this business and have been on a number of excursions, if you will, for removals. And in every case, the person and or gurney or whatever was secured in the back of the vehicle by pre-existing. It wasn't, it wasn't like they, threw them in the back of a town and country and put a tie strap over them and head off down the road. These are particular vehicles that are designed to do this. So you put the gurney in, there are clips on the floor that you clip it to, and they're locked down. So I'm just wondering, did we have an incident that's a one-off, or are there more of these going on? And do we have that information?
I don't have that data. I think, for one thing, that data is extremely hard to get. But I'm sure that, if we'd like it, we could request Ms. Olson to do the best she can. I think she's working on gathering that for us. And I'd just like to clarify that there is currently regulation in that it wants to prevent the body from moving around and becoming a jar and sloshing fluids in the back of the vehicle, but that the regulation is aimed more at protecting the body and bodily fluids than it is at protecting the safety of the individuals driving the vehicle. And so what I'm asking for in this bill is to consider both when you're making modifications to an existing passenger vehicle.
Seeing no further questions. Thank you, Representative Hassenfuss. And Ms. Breton, if you could request the next speaker 4. Welcome, Ms. Sherrest. Is it Sherrest?
Sherrest.
Sherrest. Welcome. The floor is yours. You have our attention.
Thank you. Members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to address LD 1214. My name is Marie Sherrest and I live in Winthrop. I support this bill as my husband, Richard Sherrest, was killed in a car crash because Maine law does not require that safety measures be required for certain funeral service vehicles. I am here to ask you that you change Maine law so that crashes like the one that killed my husband never happen again. This bill is not meant to address hearses. We are here to discuss other vehicles that are used every day in Maine to transport human remains. To economize, funeral homes across our state use passenger vehicles, typically SUVs. The space behind the first row of seats will accommodate the length of a stretcher and can be easily converted back to passenger usage. This requires the rear seats to be folded down. A free-floating wooden platform is then slid over the rear seat area upon which a stretcher is placed. The platform has to be thick enough to accommodate the combined weight of a stretcher and the remains, typically an inch thick. The length and width of the entire back seat area to prevent this platform from moving about the vehicle. The height of this installed platform is now level with the middle of the front seat backs. What happens to that free-floating platform when struck from behind? In November of 2017, a Ford Flex passenger vehicle owned by my husband's employer was being driven by Rick, a part-time funeral attendant, on US Route 202 when it was rear-ended by a vehicle traveling 48 miles per hour. Behind the front seats was such a platform. This free-floating platform took the brunt of the impact and slammed into the front seats, instantly killing Rick. At impact, Rick's foot fell from the brake and onto the gas pedal. The vehicle, which now contained the bodies of 2 dead people, continued traveling another 300 yards before veering off the road. Had that vehicle veered left into oncoming traffic, the body count would have continued to grow. I have to believe that this situation clearly indicates an argument for public safety. Rick was the only employee in the vehicle. Had a person died an unattended death, then 2 employees would have been in that vehicle. Given that the damage to the passenger seat was as severe as the driver's seat, one can only conclude that both employees would have been killed. I've been asked, has this happened before? My answer has been, and sadly continues to be, how would I know? How would anyone know? Without accountability, there is no history, and there are no statistics. It remains simply an accident. The car crash was the accident. My husband's death was no accident. The State of Maine Licensing Bureau doesn't feel this practice warrants accountability, which is unconscionable. I do not take pleasure in having this bill enacted. I think it is a very sad commentary on the state's funeral industry that a basic employee right of safety must first be defended and then legislated, but here we are. The majority of funeral service employees of our state are hardworking, caring people. It's not an easy profession to serve families during their greatest need. Please enact this legislation and keep them safe. It will not bring my husband back, but it will prevent another death and another family left brokenhearted. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Are there any questions? Senator Searway.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mrs. Shrestha, so sorry to hear what happened. I've been in law enforcement for almost 34 years now, and I've worked with people like your husband many times, and I feel for him because I realize what he's done and what service he gives and what took place, and I just want to make sure that we do a good job at this, and I'm just concerned that we're an idea committee for business and maybe the vehicle, but there's also that public safety issue that you just brought forward about the accident. And I don't even know what the statistics are of how many accidents like that happen. But want to make sure we do it right. And if this gets forwarded to transportation, because I think that's probably where it should go, but just don't think that we're not trying to do justice for your husband.
I totally understand, and I will speak to any committee that wants to hear this.
Right, and I appreciate you bringing this forward because I think it's a very important piece that needs to be done. And I worked on the children's seat belts and car seats, and that's where it was in transportation. So I'm thinking that this probably needs to go there, but I don't know who's coming forward, if we have public safety people to speak up on this today or not, but I do appreciate you bringing it up. And I just wanted to let you know that we want to make sure it's done right.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm not seeing any other questions. Thank you very much for your testimony.
Oh, Mr.
Oh, I'm sorry. Representative Bailey.
Yes, thank you. Mr. S., my apologies or my condolences on the loss of your husband. I appreciate you being here today and sharing your personal story. It's not easy to do before a committee of people and strangers to share your story, and appreciate you doing that and honoring your husband's legacy. I'm curious if you've, in your advocacy on this bill, if you've come across other spouses or loved ones who've lost someone in the funeral home service industry, either through vehicular accident or other things like that, that you want to share with us, other stories, or haven't yet had that experience. And I understand the point that this is not something that necessarily, because of perhaps a lack of regulation, is sort of recorded and data collected and that sort of thing. But I wanted to express that and ask.
I have not, and again, I come back to how could anybody find this?
No. Well, thank you for being here today. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ms. Breton, our next proponent for this bill.
Will be Mr. McKee. He's moving right in.
Great, thank you very much. Welcome, Mr. McKee. You have the committee's attention.
Great, thank you very much. My name is Walt McKee, Senator Curry, Representative Roberts, and members of the committee. I don't testify in front of this committee very often. I certainly see some familiar faces here, Senator Searway in particular, but I'm here to speak in support of LD 1214. The basic situation here is as described by Marie Charest in terms of the death of her husband. In the course of representing the family in the course of that case, I got to know a lot about how the funeral industry deals with the transportation of remains just like this. And what we were able to find was really something that was relatively shocking, was that there really was no regulation at all. Specific to this particular industry, you can do pretty much whatever you want in terms of putting something that's completely loose in the back of a transport vehicle and do absolutely nothing. And yet everyone in the free world would recognize that that's a problem in and of itself, that if the vehicle stops short, strikes another vehicle, or as here, was struck from behind, there's going to be a catastrophic consequence. And that's exactly what happened here. It's not really that unique. And so we looked to see, well, it's just some statute about this. And Senator Searway, I first looked at this, the unsecured load statute. I figured, you know what, there's got to be something, right? Pretty easy, Title 29A. And I looked at Section 2396 right here, and I think it was referenced in the representative's testimony. And those unsecured loads are things falling off the vehicle into the road. There's nothing that actually deals with the interior of the vehicle. One of the reasons that we believe is appropriate to be in front of this committee that deals with the funeral industry in particular, these are funeral vehicles. We're not going to be talking about every single vehicle and whether a parent puts a toy in the back of a car or a pickup truck, you know, your gun rack isn't secured, so something comes off if you hit something. That's not what this is about. This is specific to this particular industry. And the language was intentionally simple. If you look at the part 3 of this, or the section 3, it really talks about kind of the catch-all here, which is you got to have a system to make sure these things don't move around. I mean, a pretty basic system. And it sounds like some folks have done this already, which is wonderful. Right? We're not trying to regulate what they're already doing. That's super. They're secure. They're doing it the right way. But you know what? Some people aren't. And I would ask that the folks that are going to come after me and speak in opposition to tell this committee, so over the last 3 years since they knew about this to happen, and everybody knew about this when this happened, what have they done to make sure that this problem has been solved? Not sure that they've done anything. And then what are their suggestions about how to make things more safe? Because everybody can agree, this is just not a safe situation. I understand there's some concerns about liability and issues along those lines. Well, there's no liability here. Mr. Charest was an employee of the funeral home. There's 100% workers' compensation immunity. There's no lawsuit against the funeral home. If that thing comes out of the vehicle and into somebody else and strikes somebody else, could there be liability? Well, yeah, there will be. But there won't be any liability if you just secure it down. It's basic stuff, basic physics, and a relatively inexpensive solution. I haven't checked my time. I may well be out. I'm happy to answer any questions. I helped draft this particular bill to try to keep it simple so people could understand it. And this committee could look at it and say, you know, this is a good idea. May require a little bit of tinkering, but it's one that should be voted on to pass. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. McKee. I think you're within time there. And so I have a question for you. Is there a specific vehicle that is commonly used that when they lower the seats, I mean, that it becomes the particular challenge? Is there one that's very popular, or is it just the class of SUV that?
Oh, I suppose. I'm sorry. Yeah, it could be really any vehicle. If you think about even a van or something like that, where you take out the seats, you know, like your minivan, you pull out the seats and it's all flat there. If you secure a platform to that, or have something that you can tie something down so it's secure, you've pretty much solved the problem right there. Here, it was just such, you put down the seats and you put it on top. I mean, you know, even I'm not an engineer, could figure that one was probably not going to be a good idea. You take out the seats, you lower it down and you secure it, and it's pretty straightforward.
Thank you very much. Senator Searway.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for bringing this forward, Mr. McKee. I appreciate the effort on this. It's certainly something that's been needing to be done, apparently. And I was just wondering, now, when you're talking about securing the load, is there like, are you gonna have to have rings or something where they can have tie downs? Or are you talking about a plate? Or what is necessary to make it a secure load? That's
Yeah, it's
question.
intentionally general, so that we
Yeah.
don't, so that you aren't saying 5/8 inch rink, stainless steel secured 7 inches away from each other. And I don't think that you all really want to do that. I don't think the
Right.
funeral industry necessarily wants to either. They would fairly say, give us a little bit of latitude and we'll make something work. The goal being something secure. Of course, in response to a statutory change, that the funeral board can, issue some rules and regulations that can help refine that process as kind of a best practice or a mandatory practice. The goal is get these loads secured in some way and deal with some of the details, give the industry a little bit of flexibility until some rules kick in.
Now, just a follow-up, Mr. Chair. Just
Yes,
now,
go ahead.
would there be a section like added to the secure load? Maybe if you could put for interior.
You could, yeah.
I'm just thinking if that might be something to add to the help of the victims as well.
Well, I think so. I think that the problem when you put it for all other vehicles is that it's going to capture a whole lot more than what the bill is designed to here with a very specific situation. We're talking about transporting remains, which in and of themselves, large objects, smooth bottoms, presumably, they're very unique as opposed to the random things you might have in your vehicle, but you probably should tie down, but you probably don't because you think it's probably not going to be a big deal, because it won't be. Casket in the back, something transporting like that, very different and very specific. So not a bad idea to capture all that, but I think it may be more than, could be biting off more than we need to chew.
Well, I was just thinking, a lot of times you have these people that they go to Home Depot or something, and they put a piece of wood in the back and it slides through their rear window and hits them in the head or something.
Yeah.
I mean, that to me is very similar, and those things happen quite often. And I'm just thinking that maybe that if it was just easy added paragraph in there, I don't know if you could bring that to the work session, might be something to look into though.
Yeah, I can draft it. It'll be a Title 29A piece.
Yeah.
You're familiar with that, and others will be as well. I'm
Right.
not sure it's perfect. I think that if you talk about the general secure a load, whether it's for the funeral industry in this particular situation or other folks, I think that's an important piece. It can be drafted, or you can make it as narrow as we've recommended here.
Yeah, if we can, just for interior and whatever you think that would be effective, for a secure load, that's all.
I'll
Doesn't
certainly
have to
draft
be, yeah, and then we could put that with this and, of maybe how you've got it drafted, and that would be, to me, helpful for other situations.
Yeah, happy to draft some options, and then you all can select out in connection with Representative Hassenfuss's guidance. Thanks.
Great, thank you.
Sure.
Chair recognizes Representative Bernard.
Thanks very much, Senator Curry. Mr. McGee, maybe, or Representative Hassenfuss, I'm not really sure. I heard you talk about a lot of flexibility here, and I appreciate that because it really gives everyone, depending on what they have for vehicles, the opportunity to make something work, and it may not be a one size fits all. I'm just wondering, is there any openness to having the funeral industry be a part of talks about how that could work and what the language ought to be?
Would love to be part of that before the work session. Happy to reach out and talk to them. We've got a little bit of time. I know the work session is already set, and I'm sure we can do that with an eye towards making something happen. It's relatively narrow, so but I'm happy to hear some suggestions. I think that's a great idea.
Great.
Thank you very much. And we'll move on to, let's see, the next person for it. Ms. Breton, is there anyone else for this bill?
No, everybody else is in opposition.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much, Mr. McKee.
Thanks, everybody.
And so if you can, Ms. Breton, if you could promote the first person in opposition. And I'm looking down the list. I'm not sure we're looking down the same list. I'm on the website. So the first person I see is Mr. Bieber.
That's who I promoted.
Great. Thank you very much. Welcome, Mr. Bieber.
How about now?
Yeah, that's working now. Welcome. Your camera is off. If you'd like to have your camera on, you can do so. Or you could go with without your camera, either way.
Well, there we go. Thank you.
Go. Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to join you today. Good afternoon, Senator Curry, Representative Roberts, and members of the Innovation, Development, Economic Advancement, and Business Committee. I'm Doug Bibber. I'm a resident of Arundel. My family's business is in Kennebunk, Wells, and Berwick, and I'm here today to represent the Maine Funeral Directors Association. Before I begin my testimony, I do want to start by offering our sincere condolences to the family of Rick Charest. Mr. Charest died in a tragic accident, and we understand his family's quest to make sure that this tragedy doesn't befall any other family members here in Maine or countrywide. The Maine Funeral Directors Association is a statewide organization of licensed funeral directors that started over 100 years ago. We currently have 100 members statewide, and our mission is to advance and uphold the highest ethical and professional standards for funeral practice for the families that we serve. That includes identifying and promoting best practices and protocols. MFDA, Maine Funeral Directors Association, opposes LD 1214 as it is currently written, and I want to stress that. And here are our reasons why. LD 1214 would effectively take every vehicle currently used by funeral practitioners off the road immediately. The standards contained in the bill are at best vague and at worst impossible to meet. For example, in Section 3 of the bill, it says a container within the vehicle cannot become dislodged in the event of a vehicle accident. What kind of accident are we referring to? And speeds involved, and involving what kind of vehicles? And would this apply to tractor trailers hitting a hearse at 40 miles an hour? A lot of variables there. This bill is about vehicle safety and requires technical experts in the field to address questions about payload, vehicle design, inspections, and regulation. The penalties are exorbitant and unreasonable, with fines up to $25,000 and also with criminal implications. No other state has adopted these kind of standards. I heard you speak earlier about hard to find this information. It's because there aren't many regulations out there related to this specific subject. This bill is an overreach. There are over 13,000 deaths every year in the state of Maine. Almost all require transport, and many require multiple transport multiple times. The incidence of major traffic accidents involving funeral practice is very rare. While we oppose this bill as written, we support the idea of improving the practices and protocols involved in the transportation of human remains. I've attached the current rules to my testimony, which you've already referred to earlier in this session. And as you can see, the focus is exclusively on promoting the respect for and the dignity of the deceased human body. The only specific reference is to the excessive movement within the conveyance. MFDA asks to work with this committee, the legislature, and the regulating agencies to come up with the best practices for transporting human remains to protect the driver and other funeral personnel, as well as protecting the dignity of the deceased person involved.
Mr. Bibber, can you wrap up in the next 15 seconds?
I can. Our proposal is to convene a work group to create the best practices guidelines and to bring its recommendations to this committee by November 15, 2021. The group should include technical experts in public safety, vehicle safety, as well as funeral practitioners, hearse manufacturers, and other interested parties. The issues need time to have the issues properly vetted and explored in order to bring effective and reasonable regulation to the transport of human remains and to maintain the dignity of the dead as well as the safety of the living. Thank you for letting me speak. I may have gone over a minute or two and I apologize. I'd be happy to try to answer any questions you have.
Are there any questions for Mr. Bibber? Representative Bailey.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Bibber, Mr. Charest died in 2017, I think in the fall, so it was 3.5 years ago. And I'm just curious, as the representative, you're here today as a representative for funeral homes directors, what steps did your industry take in response to this accident and the death of Mr. Charest that would ensure like the deaths like his would not happen again while serving in that role in which he was driving the vehicle? Thank you.
Sure. Well, I will be honest with you. I wasn't aware of the particulars of the manner of death that Mr. Charest suffered. I wasn't aware of those details. I was aware of the accident when it occurred, but the follow-up details were, to me, were not communicated. So I can't answer anything other than the fact that personally I wasn't aware of the particular details.
Mr. Bibber, is the industry still using SUVs with seats folded down and plywood on top?
Yes, my family's firm has two Chrysler Town and Country Caravans, a Honda van. The seats fold down so that the seats are below the level of the floor, and then we place a protective board over that with plywood. There really, other than manufactured funeral coaches, there aren't any standard design to lock into place, so that what is being talked about needs to be manufactured for the vans and for the vehicles that are on market.
Thank you. So if I were to understand, so unless it is a vehicle that was built for this, then the vast majority of folks are using vehicles where the loads are not secured. They can roll around if they're hit.
We try to use recessed areas, but essentially correct.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Sure.
Senator Searway.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was wondering why you think it would take till November 15th to find a solution or so. And also, I was thinking, what's your thought about a loose load law for the interior? Because I was going to have him look into that.
Yeah. So the date, as a member of MFDA, we've asked for more than just one or two entities to come together to come up with best practices. I would imagine that it would take time to develop those best practices where we're meeting by Zoom. So it's slowed down everything. Our belief is if we're going to have a locking mechanism or a way to be able to lock the platform to the floor and then be able to secure the load, it's going to take time to develop that in a manner that firms can implement and manufacture. This isn't something that is going to be able to change overnight, I don't believe. I'm in agreement. There should be a better way to safely transport. It's going to take time to get there. We did reach out to the sponsor to offer this working group. My understanding is that the preference is not to make any adjustments at this time to the bill as presented, but we're not in opposition of doing something. It's how we get there and what we stand to lose as our implements and ways to care for the families that we serve, so that we're not instantaneously unable to provide service to them. That's our concern.
So just to follow up.
Go ahead, Senator Seaway.
If we pass the bill on the securing the load or the law inside, and then had you do this for, we'll say, put a bill in that once you come up with the answer, would that be a possibility?
Senator, what I heard was we'll pass this bill and then figure out how to get to it. Is that?
No.
No? Okay, I'm sorry.
We would maybe amend it to, there's a possibility of amending it to a law just saying secured load, interior,
Okay.
rather than having the details like you're saying that could put all your vehicles at a hole. We don't want to do that, but we want to make sure that something gets covered in the meantime.
Okay. My question, and this I might want to come back to maybe the manufacturer that provides us with our professional vehicles, is what's out there to provide that manner of security. That's, we use I've heard the words used, tying down. Well, what are we going to attach the method of tie down? And is that going to pass muster when the forces of a motor vehicle accident are so much greater than just physically moving the restraint, where, okay, the restraint is now holding so much more mass in the forces of the accident.
Understandable.
I don't have that technicality to know, is this meeting the intent and spirit of the law? I would want to have the manufacturers come on board and give us guidance. And I think that's kind of what we're asking in this working group.
Okay. Thank you.
Certainly. Thank you.
Representative Austin. Representative Austin?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Bibba, welcome to the committee.
Thank you.
I am wondering if it would also help our committee to have a little bit of a broader range of some of the services that you folks need vehicles for outside of just the ceremonial, if you will, to say a mass or a service or a committal, whatever. But it's my understanding that often in off hours, you folks could get a call from, say, a hospital saying that the deceased, the person has deceased and is ready for transmittal. Now, can you help us see what that may mean in terms of, you wouldn't be using, as we said, a hearse, but are there part-time folks that do maybe night recovery when it's kind of a off-the-cuff, unusual hour when you folks maybe are either doing something else or you employ that type of a gentleman or woman to retrieve? Can you see what I'm trying to suggest? To just get a fuller picture of your services.
Sure. Well, as you've stated, at any time we can be called to respond, and it can be to a hospital, it can be to a house or a nursing home. It's a house where my firm is bringing 3 different types of conveyance stretchers: traditional cot stretcher and tight spaces stretcher. So we're carrying a couple of other pieces of equipment, and the vehicle generally would be kept at the funeral home and ready to respond. There are other firms that are maybe smaller, and their vehicle performs many duties, from transporting chairs and tents to the cemetery, and then is used to respond to a request for assistance at a place of death. It can also be used for transporting flowers. So it has a lot of multi-uses that serves a function for. Can also, if everything is taken out, the seats can be put up for conveying pallbearers in a ceremony. So the tool that we're using, the vehicle, is multifunction and has a lot of different needs depending on how the funeral home operates. So it.
If I may, Mr.
Yes, Representative Lawson.
Do you folks respond to the scene of the accident?
All the time.
All the time.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Certainly.
Representative Geiger.
Thank you, Senator Curry. So, Mr. Biber, from what I can tell about what you're saying, there are many uses for an SUV owned by a mortuary company, that hearses are made to secure and hold in place human remains, but that none of these other vehicles are, and you don't see that it's possible for them to be used to secure. So is there any reason we shouldn't, at least in the short term, move toward requiring body transport, that you use the vehicle that was designed for that purpose, and leave the SUVs to pallbearers, flowers, etc.?
Sure. I'll share with you true story. A retirement community opened in my town, and the first time that there was a death there, the location called us and advised us of the death, and specifically said, do not bring the funeral coach. They didn't want to have the funeral coach be seen in the front of their building or in the side of their building. So the ability to use the caravans that we do use, the Honda Odyssey vans, the Ford vans, they're less conspicuous. They allow us with dignity to care for the deceased. So that's why we've used them. And I want to say you indicated earlier that we don't want to use make changes, if I remember what you just said, but we're willing to work to address this issue. But I think we've got to be able to do so without taking our tools away from us that we use to care for our families.
Thank you very much. Representative Roberts.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I apologize for my unstable internet today for some reason. Mr. Biber, Google's an interesting thing. Mortuarymall.com puts forth the link SS150 single deck system.
Yes.
Are you familiar with this?
No, but I did Google it as I was waiting. I didn't see where that unit actually attached to the floor of the vehicle. So in my quick search, I didn't see where it actually physically attached to the vehicle.
Okay, so this is not something that you've looked into?
Well, we've looked at purchasing floor systems. I think that what you just looked at was probably about $2,500.
About 17, and this one says it includes pins to secure it.
Okay, what they're talking about are pins at the front and back of the casket that holds the casket in place from moving back and forth, which does hold it in place from moving about the vehicle. But what we're talking about is a motor vehicle accident where the floor itself in the mechanics of that accident are being moved around. I think Senator Searway, with your experience in public safety, the forces are so much greater in a motor vehicle accident. And so the pins that they're referring to are just simply holding the casket in place. But in the motor vehicle accident that we're talking about, that whole unit would have been pushed forward. So it's a little, it's not answering what we're trying to talk about here, in my view.
Okay, I'm just, so my kind of line of questioning is, we went from just plywood
Mm-hmm.
to what seems to be even another step up in it holds it in place a little bit more. So now I'm wondering, as a committee, are there other, that was just on a quick Google search, are there other things out there?
So in my system, we have the plywood on the floor. We put the carpet down over the plywood, then we put a roller system in with the pins. We do that, but this is, and again, it's not answering what this bill wants to answer, which is keeping everything right solid to the floor in the back of the vehicle. That's what, that's what we want to get to, but it hasn't been totally manufactured yet.
Thank you. I want to, it feels like we're starting to get a little bit less clarifying questions and more workshop-y type work session questions. So I want to make sure that we stay on the clarifying questions for everybody, and so we can work through, also make sure that we have enough time for all of our folks giving testimony today. Representative Austin, did you have your hand up?
I did, and I do, and I will take it down very shortly.
Thank you very much.
This is just as a visual that may help us also, Mr. Bipper, with Representative Tiffany, where'd you go? Well, Roberts, excuse me. With regards to her question, it made me envision, my mom was at an assisted living, thankfully for a short amount of time. She was able to live independently well beyond what anyone can imagine, but she, in her treatment occasionally, as well as others at the facility, would need to go on to the back of it really would look much like the rescue unit. And the wheelchairs, I'm wondering if those lockdowns is that a similarity of what we are kind of talking about, where the chair just can't move? And I guess the only thing probably that they would have, I don't know if they're also somehow strapped into a seat belt, some sort of apparatus also, but that would be from the floor up, right? Can you help us with that visual? Maybe
I can be, as a former EMT, I think I can speak to that a little bit, in that the stretcher that the ambulance uses, and I would also imagine a stair a chair van, does have a locking mechanism that's tied to the stretcher, where the front and back, I think C-pins, I guess is the best way to describe it, because I don't know the technical terms, I apologize. But the front and back C-pins, when the stretcher is placed in, and then the C-pins close around 2 down pins in the stretcher. So yes, that kind of a system could probably be modified to help with funeral service, but currently it isn't. So, and the stretchers that ambulances are using today are in the area of north of $20,000 per stretcher system, because they're all automated and electric. Our equipment is not that advanced yet. It may get there sometime, but it's not to this point.
Thank you.
But I do understand what you're referring to.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Representative Hassenfuss, you're in an awkward situation of wanting to ask a question, but also being the sponsor of the bill. So I'll just remind you to please ask a clarifying question and not advocate a position.
And this is just clarifying some of the testimony earlier as far as what my position is on it, in that I'm fine.
If you're seeking to clarify your position, I let's save that to work session.
Yeah, well, no, it's just what was said, that the interpretation of my position, which was not quite accurate.
We'll deal with that later then. Thank you. So, and with that, I see no other questions, and thank you very much, Mr. Bibber.
Great. Thank you very much.
I want to make sure we're maintaining that this is the time for the public. So let's see. And Ms. Breton, next up would be, is that Mr. Fernald?
Whoops, I was trying to move in Mr. Joseph Killey.
Okay.
That's who I was trying to, but looks like I moved Ms. Hawk instead.
Okay, I don't see Ms. Hawk on our list.
So she's here for another bill. I just moved
thank
the
you.
wrong person.
Okay, thank you.
Hi there.
Hello, Mr. Killey. You have the committee's attention.
I lost my video feed here just for a second.
That's part of the transition
Hear
from
me?
the attendee to the panelist. So welcome back.
Okay. Well, first of all, I just wanted to thank Senator Curry, Representative Roberts, and the committee for allowing me to speak. My name is Joseph Kiley. I'm a resident of Holden, and I have been a licensed funeral service practitioner operating in Maine here since 1991, and had previously worked prior to that as a funeral attendant since 1985. And I would like, as well as the others, to acknowledge the Charest family and the pain of their loss and offer my condolences. Having worked in funeral service for more than 30 years, as many of my colleagues, I've witnessed this pain from many families having experienced tragic loss in many different circumstances. I've also personally received that knock on the door from the police delivering the news of my brother's tragic death, also in a vehicle accident many years ago. So losing a loved one tragically is no doubt heart-wrenching. I'm probably not going to share a lot of new things. A lot of the questions and answers that I've listened to, I'm going to be a little bit redundant, but I hope to at least share maybe a different perspective, or maybe hit on one or two points that haven't been hit yet. Some of the most basic services that we provide in funeral service to families is the initial transport of a loved one, a loved one's remains and further transport to a cemetery or a crematory, sometimes interim transports to churches or other places of disposition. Other than hearses, minivans, sport utility vehicles are the most common vehicles used today because they are multifunctional vehicles. They're frequently used to transport funeral staff, funeral supplies, equipment, and most commonly used as a first call vehicle for the initial transfer of the deceased. In the late 80s and early 90s, minivans and sport utility vehicles replaced the station wagon in funeral service. And I mention these vehicles because I believe they have dramatically improved in function and safety. Hearses are specifically designed to transport a casket with the platform that we've all been talking about, with rollers secured to the vehicle, which includes the steel stopper at each end of the load bed to secure the casket. The traditional hearses that I've seen and have used they do not have a platform bed that's below the seats. However, the installed platforms in a hearse are an integral part of the vehicle structure. In my 30 plus years in funeral service, my business has thankfully only had a few auto accidents, including deer strikes and some minor crashes with other vehicles. My only concern in any of these instances is that everybody involved is safe and uninjured. I believe these vehicles are safer now than ever before because of the airbag technology, seat configuration technology, and because of engineering developments and improvements. I don't believe there are statistics that support a systemic vehicle safety problem involving funeral transport vehicles and installed platforms, caskets, mortuary cots, or other equipment.
Sir, if you could wrap up in the next 15 or so seconds.
Certainly, regardless of how safe a vehicle is, if enough energy displacement takes place from the dynamics of a crash, anything in the vehicle can become dislodged and can cause devastation, even if it's secured to the decks. I believe this bill, if passed, will accomplish very little. As written, I think LD 1214 is somewhat vague and is lacking in clarity. We have collectively, as a profession, would like to offer some input and help research any potential problems so that we can, in good conscience, offer some viable workable solutions. So I certainly thank you, and I'd certainly try to answer any questions, but it sounds like we've hit a lot of them already, so.
Thank you very much. Seeing no questions, I appreciate your testimony, Mr. Kiley.
Thank you.
Ms. Breton, if you could bring in, is it Mr. James Lynch? And then also if you could bring in Idella Marquis. Apologies in advance if I am if I'm mispronouncing your name.
I do not see Mr. Lynch.
Okay.
In there, but I just moved.
Excellent.
Marquis in.
Ms. Marquis, welcome, and you have the committee's attention.
Hi there. My name is Idella Marquis, and I'm a funeral director and resident of Caribou. I actually don't have much new to offer, so in the essence of time, I would just like to say that I came here today to express my opinion that this bill ought not to pass as written. My greatest sympathies go out to Mrs. Charest, but we would like to be in the conversation, I guess. I have looked into the vehicle options that would meet the standards set forth in this bill, and even those currently manufactured custom vehicles for funeral homes do not meet the requirements as written. I, like many other funeral directors, feel that there should be a committee or a task force put together of vehicle safety experts, funeral practitioners, members of the Board of Funeral Service, and potentially other stakeholders to review current transport procedures and regulations in order to determine best practices and potential policy change. This group could then present an amended version of the bill for review if warranted. So thank you, and that's all I have.
Thank you very much. In your own practice, do you secure loads inside the vehicle? Are they secured or are they unsecured?
So we use the same kind of technology as what another representative had talked about, a board that goes on top with the 2 beer pins at each end, which we had kind of discussed briefly. But it was our understanding that since the board that slides in, even though you can purchase something like that from Mortuary Mall, those aren't attached to the vehicle itself. So that would not, it wouldn't meet the qualifications from this bill.
So as I understand it, so you've got a platform that isn't secured to the
Correct.
deck, but then
it uses those 2 pins.
The remains are connected to that platform. Is that correct?
It just uses those 2 the 2 pins on either end that stop it from moving.
Stop a casket from moving forward.
Horizontally, not.
Side to side. I see. So
Right.
it protects it from side to side. Okay.
Front.
Helping me to understand. Oh, front and back. It protects you from front and back. Okay.
2 pins. Yeah.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Are there any other questions? Seeing none. Thank you very much for your testimony.
Thank you.
And next up is I see Mr. Michael Martell and Mr. Eric Nelson. Ms. Breton, could you promote both of them? And I see Mr. Martell is first up. Welcome, Mr. Martell. You have the attention of the committee.
Why, thank you. Thank you for your time today, Senator Curry, Representative Roberts, and members of the committee. I stand before you today. I'm a licensed funeral director since the early 90s here in Maine, and I'm honored to currently be the president of the Maine Funeral Directors Association, and I'm also honored to manage a number of funeral homes here in Maine. I don't want to repeat anything that's already been said. I merely wanted to add a few things that might add color to this for you as a committee so that you can make an educated decision. And I'm here to urge opposition. Firstly, a truly tragic death. I think it's hard for any of us in this industry to even sit here and have to oppose something where there was a death of someone within our industry. We work long hours. The phones never stop. Funeral directors and our teams get up on Christmas morning or whatnot and respond to tragic scenes. And so, golly, our associates are like family to us. And so, I'm deeply saddened by the cause and the impetus behind this bill. That said, when we're called out to go, it is when it's snowing. It is in the middle of the night. In the state of Maine, there is no coroner's van. There's no medical examiner transport. When there's an unattended death, a homicide on the side of a mountain, just a death with no one around, it's funeral professionals that are called to go, even if they're not serving that client family. As Senator Searway knows, it's those local police agencies, the local state police, the medical examiners workers, they're there and they work hand in hand with us during those untimely deaths. And it is at those moments in time that those poor decedents are placed in the minivans and SUVs, sport utility vehicles, station wagons that transport these decedents, sometimes to the medical examiner's office, sometimes back to the hospital, and sometimes back to the funeral home until those deceased are in fact claimed. Those are the workhorses of our industries. And the gentlemen, the men and women that go out to those scenes are those valued associates that are doing that. And they're working hand in hand with these oftentimes public safety folks at those scenes. And for years, you've got police and everyone else oftentimes helping with that. And so I'm of the thought process that this kind of a tragic accident is surely very rare. You won't find statistics on it because it is, in fact, so rare. We have used the vehicles we use in coordination with our local officials to get the job done. And frankly, there's not one of us who manages associates or who has put our time in this profession that wouldn't welcome a safer way of doing things, that wouldn't welcome a way to make things better for our associates. And so my desire to urge you to oppose this bill comes from one more piece of sadness, which is the fact that as an industry and as industry leaders, we'd love to see this go to a study group. We'd love to get all the parties. Where are the state police to talk about this? Where's the Department of Transportation? We use Chryslers, Hondas, Ford vehicles. Where's those manufacturers to say this is how you ought to properly tie this down? None of that's gone into this. The sponsors of this bill.
I'm going to ask you to wrap up, please.
Yes, sir. The sponsors of this bill were not interested in pursuing a study group. And so here we are being forced to urge you to oppose this. And listen, at the root of it, we all want safety for our associates. So again, thank you for your time, and I'll try to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you, Mr. Martell. I don't want this to sound like a gotcha question, but I worked in the field of outdoor recreation for a number of years, and when there was a tragedy, there was always a study right afterward of what happened, whether it was on the rivers or was in rock climbing. We always had that experience. I'm not hearing that the industry did anything after this tragedy, and maybe they did. Can you respond to that? Because I'm hearing that the loads are still unsecured. I think that's the tension I'm having. Could you address that?
Yeah, look, that's a reasonable question. It would give me heartburn as well. Obviously, rumor mills and scuttlebutt aside, does everyone really know why the accident happened and what caused the death? I'm sure some people do and some people don't. As one of my associates said, as the vehicles we use in the industry has continued to evolve, I think most of us are evolving our practices. But to answer your question, the fundamentals of it is these vehicles don't come from the dealership with a way to secure, whether it's a roller link deck, like some of your colleagues looked up online. There's 3 or 4 manufacturers that make those, or it's a plywood deal, or you won't find one that has a specific anchor system that's going to fit the Ford and it's going to fit the Honda and it's going to fit the Chrysler. Maybe it's out there and I'm not aware of it, but you'd be hard pressed to find it. And so it's a lot more than just us in Maine saying, hey, how do we work with the local Honda dealership on it? I think it's a bigger issue that deems more attention, again, than just passing this bill today.
Well, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Seeing no other questions, I appreciate your testimony. Ms. Breton, and is there anyone else in the waiting room? I see Mr. Nelson here waiting to give testimony. Is there anyone else?
Yes, there's 2 other people, sir.
Okay, so thank you. Mr. Nelson, you have the attention of the committee.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for the opportunity. My name is indeed Eric Nelson, and I am a funeral home owner and director in Casco. And to echo what Idella Marquis said there in Caribou, just in the essence of time, I just simply wanted to state that I echo the words of my fellow funeral directors here in Maine that have spoken today and align myself in the position of opposing the bill as it is written, although deeply saddened by the loss of our colleague, Rick Shrest, I can't support it the way it is written. And thank you for the opportunity to speak again.
Thank you, Mr. Nelson. Seeing no questions, Ms. Breton, if you could promote the last 2 folks to give testimony.
Hello.
Hello, Mr. Fernald.
Yes, thank you very much. I'm not going to reiterate some of the conversation before.
Go ahead.
But I would like to, just a little history as to what, I'm a 5th generation funeral director. I own a funeral home in Bangor, Maine. I'm a spokesperson for the association, and as well as a past president. But just a little, I think Representative Austin had a question in regards to this, but over the years, we've been the first call for law enforcement, a car accident and many other situations. We transport people from the state medical examiner's office, and then with transports to the Maine State Crime Lab. We pick up, we personally have a contract with New England Donor Services. So any donor from this region or Eastern Maine, we transport to Maine General and Augusta, sometimes several times a week. Obviously, we care for people that are in our region at nursing homes, hospitals, and with law enforcement. We have 7 different vehicles, and over a course of the year, we put on between 60 and 80,000 miles on our vehicles. As well as, too, I'm not sure if you folks know this, but the closest airport that we can send or receive deceased remains is in Logan Airport in Boston. So we transport to and from there sometimes weekly and biweekly. So we're out on the biggest blizzard of the year, the hottest day of the year, and an ice storm, you name it, we're out there. And it's very important for us to take care of our employees. They're like family to us. Our reputation is everything in our industry, and we promote safety as well as maybe getting together and working as a work group to talk about how to come up with a resolve for this. And we are in opposition as the bill is currently written. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Fernald. Chair recognizes Representative Collmore.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Fernald, for your testimony today. I just wanted to clarify something. The closest air transport for the state of Maine is in Boston, so you could have to go from Presque Isle down to Boston?
That would be correct, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Thank you very much. Seeing no other questions. Chair, I will invite Mr. Is it Pinot? Please, the floor is yours.
There you go. Thank you, Senator Curry. Representative Roberts, members of the committee. I am Ed Pino, a resident of Vassalboro, and I'm contract lobbyist for the Funeral Directors Association. My wife and I, Kate and I. She does the work. I usually do the testifying. I'd like to thank you for your time. I know it's gone on. One of the big things about this bill, looking at it, when we looked at it, and everybody we talked to of our association wants to do something to make it safer. We totally understand when you look at the rule that's promoted, that is actually now, which all it says is protect the body or container from excessive movement within the conveyance. So we totally understand and we agree with it. However, when we started looking at it, I think the questions that this committee has asked has showed there's a lot of questions that need to be answered before something goes into statute and then into regulation. That's why we asked for time to get the right people in the room. And I understand your heartburn about a study. I've been on a bunch of them, but I've seen some come to fruition with some pretty good laws. The other thing is the penalties here, a minimum penalty of $5,000 and a maximum of $25,000. I think that's pretty serious. And so we ought to make sure what we do is the right regulation. You've heard that the platforms aren't secured to the bottom of the vehicle, even if you order them from Mortuary Mall. That's what we have to answer. How do we devise a system that will anchor those platforms so that in the event of an accident, it will remove a lot of what could happen? Of course, if you get hit by a tractor trailer sideways, I was a cop for 7 years. If that happens, that vehicle is going to roll over several times and everything's going to move and the engine's going to fall out. And that's pretty well belted to a vehicle. So that's why we asked for time to sit down, bring the right people, bring public safety, and who's going to inspect these vehicles. That's what we're asking, because we want to make it safer. And that's all I have. And I'll take any questions.
Thank you very much. Chair recognizes Senator Searway.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. How you doing today, Mr.
Hi, Senator.
What's your thoughts on Title 29A, the loose load law, as far as maybe adding a paragraph for interior. And I know, you know, with even the loose load law, if the energy is greater than whatever, they don't usually hold that against you. But there is that loose load law, but we need something for the interior. And maybe that may help in the between time to come up with something, you know what I mean?
I think you're onto something there. One of the accidents I went to when I was on the road, it was a station wagon, and the lady and her daughter had gone picking apples, and they had I don't know, it must have been 6 or 7 bushels of apples in grocery bags in the back of the station wagon. And they got hit head on. And both of them received severe head injuries from the apples going forward in that station wagon. So the interior, I totally understand what you're getting at, Senator, and I think there might be something there to look at. To come back to the funeral director's side, I think we should have specific regulation on transferring, how we transfer a body, but we need to know how we're going to anchor those platforms to the different vehicles. I mean, we don't want to take every vehicle off the road that's being used right now. I mean, that wouldn't make sense. But how do we work with the Honda or the Ford fellows or the GMCs to say, how can we get something from the frame up through the body that will be anchored, that some lawyer won't sue us if we get hit broadside by a tractor trailer and something does let go? You know, that's the vagueness of this, the way this bill is written. I understand the sponsor wanted it to be simple so that it leaves room for interpretation on how to get it done. But that also means it leaves room for interpretation. You did it wrong. And that opens you up to a $5,000 minimum penalty or $25,000 a maximum. So that's why the heartburn that the association has about the way it's written. But we totally understand and we totally sympathize with Mrs. Surratt. And we lost one of our family in that accident too. So that's why we wanted the time to put the right people, work with Attorney McKee, work with Mrs. Surratt and get this done, because it'll only be better for everybody once we can get it done if we do it right. If we don't do it right, it's not going to serve the purpose.
Chair recognizes Representative Austin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I know this is going to sound so silly, but Ed, welcome.
Thank you.
When you mentioned the other cargo, let's call it cargo produce, and is there anything comparable to this situation that could even give a hint of how? I mean, it sounds like right now it would have to be special modification and/or specially built. And I'm just wondering, are there any other business concerns that have to secure some sort of a load within that we might not even be giving any thought to, that is in this same situation, and or they've addressed it in some way? It's kind of a conundrum that you look for something visual that can help you answer these questions.
Thank you, Representative Austin. It's nicely seeing you. I miss you walking through the rotunda every morning waving.
I miss you too.
I miss the hats.
Yeah, well, I could go get one, but
yeah, you make a real valid point. At one point, I don't remember if it was Mr. McKee or the sponsor who mentioned that they're not an engineer. And that's why we wanted to put this group together, because we need an engineer. We need somebody who can say, how do we modify this vehicle to do it right? And then we go to the funeral board and have them pass the regulation so that we have best practice as part of the regulation of transporting human remains. I mean, it's an important one. You just can't screw down a 3/4 inch sheet metal screw with a ring and think it's going to work in a 25-mile-an-hour accident. I mean, it'll hold it for when you go to pull it, but any of those of us who have been at those accidents, you know, we've seen vehicles split in half. So you really need something that's anchored really good to hold that platform so that the pins then hold the casket or whatever to move the remains. That's why we thought we needed the time.
Oh, thank you. Thank you for your thoughts.
Seeing no other questions. Thank you, Mr. Canal.
Thank you, committee, for your time.
Ms. Breton, is there anyone else waiting to give testimony?
No.
Thank you. Seeing no other testimony, Representative Collmore, were you trying to speak on this bill before I close it?
I just wanted to, Mr. Chair, if I could ask Ms. Olson to see if there are other states that have interior load rules that we could have ready for this work session that might be able to be comparable to something like this.
Yes, I will have my researcher look into other state either rules or laws around securing the loads inside of a vehicle. So similar to what's currently in statute 29A that Senator Searway was talking about.
Thank you, Ms. Olson.
Thank you. And seeing no other testimony, Senator Searway, are you trying to say something?
Yes, I was just
Go ahead.
wondering. Yes, I was wondering. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was just wondering Ms. Olson could maybe give each one of us, or at least email us, a copy of the Title 29 statute on that, just so we can take a look at it too, if she comes up with anything. But just think we all had to see that section. Thanks.
Sure. Yep, I'll send that out. I can send that out now.
Thank you very much. Seeing no further testimony on this bill, we will declare it closed. Moving on to, let's see, I want to make sure I'm in the right bill here. So moving on to, actually, I'm going to ask Representative Roberts, are you with us? Would you mind taking over the gavel?
Absolutely. So we're gonna, Senator Carney has requested to go last. So I'd like to open the hearing for LD 1232, an act to clarify services provided by barbers and master barbers, presented by Representative Salisbury. Representative Salisbury, we see your box, but you're on mute and we can't see you.
Sorry about that. Just transitioning over from another committee. Sorry for the delay.
The floor is yours.
Okay, thank you so much. Senator Curry, Representative Roberts, and distinguished members of the Innovation, Development, Economic Advancement, and Business Committee. My name is Sue Salisbury, and I represent House District 35, which includes part of Westbrook. I am here today to introduce LD 1232, an act to clarify services provided by barbers and master barbers. The Oxford Dictionary defines a barber as a person whose job is to cut men's hair and sometimes to shave them. Anyone that has any interaction with a barbershop knows it is so much more than that. One of the primary objectives of this bill is to change the name from barber hairstylist to barber, and to mirror that language throughout the statute. This is also more in line with the common name for these professionals. LD 1232 will also clarify the training requirements necessary to be a master barber. Finally, this bill specifies that barber poles may only be installed at a place of business if at least one licensed barber or master barber practices barbering at the location. This may seem like a really small change, but it is important nonetheless. The current recommendation is to change the wording that barber pole means a pole with red and white spiral stripes intended to indicate the practice of barbering. I would like to make a recommendation to add the color blue to this wording as well. Thank you very much for your time and consideration. I'm happy to answer any questions you have, and there are people testifying after me that can address more specific questions. And I do appreciate you taking the time to listen to this bill after the testimony you guys have been hearing for the last few hours. So, thank you.
Are there any questions from the committee? I just had a quick question, Representative Salisbury. So is this language mimicking in other states, or I'm familiar with all the terminology. I have a child that's a cosmetologist, so I know that I believe barbering is used in New Hampshire. What's the kind of the premise behind these changes?
I'm not sure which year it was, but there were some changes made to the language relatively recently, changing it from barbers and barbering to barber hairstylists. And this is really just an effort to change it back, to clarify. So it was changed a few years ago. I'm sorry, I don't know which year it was specifically, but it's more just to change it back to how it used to be.
Okay, and you said it changed some education requirements.
Right. For the master barber.
Those, you know what those are off the top of your head there?
Yeah, let me see here. Hold on just a second here.
I'm reading too. So
I know, thanks, sorry about that. Let me just take a look here. For master barbers,
you've got 1,500 hours in not less than 9 months.
okay, right. So 50 or not less than 9 months.
Do you know what it was before that?
Before that, they didn't have the requirements or the specification to be a master barber.
Okay.
So we're adding that information in.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Representative Geiger.
Thank you, Representative Roberts. Representative Salisbury, help me understand. Besides changing the name from hairstylist to barbering, or barber hairstyling to barbering, what other change are we making here?
We're also adding in the wording about the master barber, which is added what we were just speaking about that specific training. And then also specifying that if to have a barber pole outside of your business, a hairstyling or a barber shop, there needs to be a licensed barber doing business at that location, either a barber or a master barber. So if it's just a salon or just a place where there isn't, it wouldn't be allowed.
I'm not following you. If it was just a salon, what do you mean by that?
So if it was where there wasn't a barber or a master barber working at, so if it was just a hair salon where there wasn't a barber,
they couldn't use the pole.
Right. Now, whether anybody would enforce that, or, it's not really I don't think it would be something that someone would regulate or enforce. It's more a request on the behalf of some barbers.
And the designation of master barber, the qualifications there, this is an entirely new category of barber, is that correct?
That's correct.
And what was the need behind that?
I'm just adding on to another level of barbers. Now, also with me today is also Dan Stevenson, the economic developer for Westbrook, who's helped with this bill. He might be able to answer some more specifics as well, if that's the pleasure of the committee.
Representative Geiger, are you all set?
I am. Thank you so much.
Representative Hassenfuss.
Thank you, Chair Roberts. Representative Salisbury, what Is this just adding like a new level of a barber that the state doesn't currently have for the master barber?
That's correct. Yes.
And it's just upping the qualifications that one would need in addition.
Yes, that's correct.
And Senator Seaway.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Why would you want to get rid of the poll? It seems like everybody looks for a poll for barber, but also if you have master barber, wouldn't it be nice to put something special on the poll, like master barber on it, or something like that to make it a little bit different, but still keep the barbers in business? Because it seems like anytime I go look for a haircut and I'm looking for a barber, I would look for a poll, so I just don't want to see putting the barbers out of business. That's all.
I don't want to get rid of the poll.
Okay.
Like the places that I would go get my haircut, the salon that I go to get my haircut, I wouldn't want them to have a poll, because that might, perhaps I'm looking for a barber to cut my hair, or I'm bringing my husband with me to get his haircut. I wouldn't want there to be the expectation that there was a barber or a master barber working there when they were just using it as a, maybe
ornament.
They collected that an ornament, had it as an antique shop or something like that. So it's really just help defining that. Like you said, if you were going and you were in a different town and you saw a place that had a barber pole, you would anticipate that there was a barber working there.
And would that be a code enforcement officer type thing, though?
And I don't know that that would be something that would necessarily be enforced.
Yeah.
Because I think it would be hard.
It would.
It's not something that would rise to the level of, I would anticipate that a code enforcement officer would fine or would.
It could be maybe put in policy for the barber organization. Maybe that might be something to look at.
That's a good idea.
Representative Geiger.
Representative Salisbury, so is there currently a problem with salons stealing the symbol of barbering and putting out poles?
No, and I don't think there's currently a problem with someone calling a barber a barber hairstylist either. I think it's just an effort of some barbers that specifically are in my community, in surrounding communities, wanting to specify one, their names, going back to the original names from barber hairstylist to barbers, and two, making it clear that if you have a barber pole outside of your establishment, that the expectation is that there's a barber or master barber out there. I don't think anybody's stealing poles.
So next question to that is, so we have spent many hours on this committee listening to Commissioner Head talk about why we shouldn't license people like general contractors, and talk about that you have to be careful to differentiate between what is for public safety and what is to help someone capture a market. Explain to me why the senior barber is not about capturing a market, decreasing competition rather than a public safety issue.
Well, I guess I wish I would have been part of those discussions that you've had, so I could be a little bit more in concert with your conversations about capturing those markets. I would have to say that I don't have an answer for that for you.
Thank you.
Senator Curry.
Thank you, Rick. Thank you, Chair. Is it accurate? This looks like it's an effort to strengthen the brand of barbers, both in terms of the naming and the poll, to strengthen this section of the sector. Is that how you're thinking about this, Bill? Great. Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you.
Are there any further questions for Representative Salisbury? Seeing none, Thank you for joining us. I just have one person, Miss Breton, on the list is Daniel Stevenson speaking for. Is that all you have as well?
Yes, it is, Representative Roberts.
Okay, if you could bring him in, please.
Hello, can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Senator Curry, actually Representative Roberts, Senator Curry, and members of the Joint Standing Committee on Innovation, Development, Economic Advancement, and Business. My name is Daniel Stevenson. I'm the Economic Development Director for the City of Westbrook, and I'm in support of LD 1232. As a Maine economic development practitioner, I communicate with the business community daily and listen to their needs and accomplishments. I can assert that LD 1232 plays a critical role in supporting the barbering industry throughout Maine. You know, after many conversations with barbers, much thought was put into these minor amendments to statute. You know, really there are three pieces to this bill. What's the purpose of it? Well, it's simply to recognize reasonable distinctions of services provided by barbers and master barbers, you know, doing barbering, from hair design and cosmetology. Two, include a license category for master barber, and three, clarify where barber poles can be installed. And I think I wrote down some of the questions, and I think I can provide a little additional detail and answers to them, you know, to follow up with Representative Salisbury. You know, although barbers and hair designers are licensed in similar services, clients tend to have different expectations and seek different services from each. Most notably for men, a barber provides a straight razor shave, beard trims, and focuses on men cuts. Master barbers would have the additional training in licensing to color and perm hair. That's the chemicals piece. That's the difference. And to be clear, I wanted to be clear about this. There's no gender distinction for those licensed to practice barbering, and that's not what this bill is about. The bill provides straightforward distinction for barbers and master barbers undergoing training. The key is the straight razor shave for both barbers and master barbers. And also master barbers would be trained in chemicals and the hair coloring piece. That's the big distinguish. There wasn't enough language put in specifically, and I'm sure the department or the agency will talk a bit more about that. Also, the bill, you know, it seeks to establish where barber poles can be installed. A barber pole is steeped in a long, rich history and is directly tied to barbering. It is universally recognized as a trade sign where barbers perform their craft. In keeping with the craft of barbering and client expectations of a barbershop, this bill limits barber pole installations to establishments having a licensed barber or master barber practicing in the shop. You know, and how would that happen? Each year, barbers must demonstrate as part of their licensing that there's at least one practicing barber in the shop. You know, so, you know, that's really what this bill is about. You know, I've spoken to a number of barbers about this. I've also I did have a brief but a very good conversation, and appreciate the oversight agency speaking with us about it. If I can just first talk to Representative Geiger's, there was an excellent question around public safety, you know, versus a marketing piece. Well, the difference is that statute now recognizes the difference between someone who's styling hair and a cosmetologist. And they have a different license for that because they have different training for that, and it's usually dealing with chemicals, let's say. So that's the distinction we were talking about here. So what would it mean in the world of barbering? Some barbers, admittedly so, want to get the minimal training. So for the most part, they're out with a pole flying and they're cutting men's hairs. They do cut women's hairs, but they will cut men's hairs in traditional men's cuts typically. Master barbers would be that extra piece of doing the chemicals, because admittedly so, some of them don't want to do that. But they also don't want to go to the full-on training to be a cosmetologist, because they'd have to do nails and eyebrows, of which many of them are not practicing. And it's similar that if I were to go into a salon, I do not have an expectation as a male that my neck is going to be shaved. But when I see barber pole flying, there's an expectation that you're gonna get a beard trim, you're gonna get a straight razor shave at the end of it. Now, granted, it is up to the individual client to check out where they're gonna go and get their haircuts and what services are provided. But quite frankly, if you walk into salons and you walk into barbershops, they are set up different, they look different, and there is a client expectation of different services. And what the barbers are telling me is, you know what, I can still put barber, on my card, even though I'm a barber stylist, but they're like, we were called barbers, we're still barbers, please just put it back in statute. We're in the practice of barbering. We just want to continue to be in the practice of barbering. And if you're willing to separate out, and the chemical speech, it is a bit of a pecking order, I'll admit, barber to the master barber versus a full-on cosmetologist. That would make a lot of sense for us. It really helps grow our industry. There are young barbers out there. I am aware that there aren't as many barbers, near as many barbers as there used to be.
Mr. Stevenson, if you could wrap up in the next 10 or so seconds. Thank you.
I can do that. I'm here for questions, and I feel comfortable answering them. And the last piece, Senator COA, it is when you see a barber pole, it means there's a barber in the shop. It's not straight up marketing, and it's been that way for hundreds of years. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Stevenson. I'm gonna jump in here for a second because you've got my head spinning a little bit. Okay, so my son is a cosmetologist. If he took X amount more hours of training, he could be a barber as well.
The opposite.
So under the way that you're defining master barber, to include, that would be including coloring. So it's basically a cosmetologist without the eyebrows and nails. So if a cosmetologist was to take the extra barbering hours, could then they be a master barber? I think we might need the department to flush this out a little bit for us.
Sure.
Does that make sense?
It does. I think the way it works, though, is if you looked at a pecking order, you would have X amount of hours, you become a barber, X amount of hours with a little bit more training to be a master barber, and then the full-on, you're a cosmetologist, you've done everything. You can do all of it.
Well, a cosmetologist is not a barber. They have to take additional training to be a barber as well. So, but then at that point, they're already certified to do chemicals, to do perms, colorings, whatnot. So I think we may have some technical snafus in this. So if Ms. Olson, if we could get the department for the work session, that would be great. Any other questions? Seeing none. Thank you, Mr. Stevenson.
Thank you.
Ms. Breton, do we have anyone else in the attendee list?
Not for this LD.
Okay. Having heard all testimony from all those present, I now close the hearing on LD 1232. Is Senator Carney in the attendee room?
Yes, she is.
Okay. If you could bring her in, I would like to open the hearing for LD 1223, an act to allow crematories using chemical dissolution processes in facilities other than cemeteries, presented by Senator Carney. Good afternoon, Senator Carney. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much. The virtual floor. I'm really happy to be here before this committee. I am going to read my testimony introducing the legislation, and then I believe that Cade and Kathy Blackburn had to leave, and so I would ask the committee's permission to read their testimony as well if they are not in the attendee room.
Are there objections from the committee? Okay.
Thank you very much. So good afternoon, Senator Curry, Representative Roberts, and honorable members of the Joint Standing Committee on Innovation, Development, Economic Advancement, and Business. I want to give a special hello to my former committee mate, Representative Austin. It's so nice to see you, Representative. I lost my place. I'm Senator Ann Carney, representing District 29, the community of South Portland, Cape Elizabeth, and part of Scarborough. And I'm here today to present LD 1223, an act to allow crematories using chemical dissolution processes in facilities other than cemeteries. The impetus for this bill came from a constituent, Kathleen Blackburn, who owns a water-based crematorium business. Her business uses a process known as alkaline hydrolysis, or aquamation, as it's also known, to provide respectful, dignified, and environmentally sound end-of-life service for beloved dogs, cats, and other pets that have passed away. The business is Aquamation Services of Maine, LLC. More than a dozen states allow use of aquamation for people as well as pets. And LD 1223 is about making this respectful, dignified, environmentally sound end-of-life service available to the people of Maine. Maine's current statutes do not take into account this modern, less expensive, and more environmentally beneficial cremation process as an alternative to incinerating human remains. Alkaline hydrolysis uses water, alkaline chemicals, heat, and sometimes pressure and agitation to accelerate natural decomposition, leaving bone fragments and a neutral liquid. Allowing alkaline hydrolysis as an alternative to flame cremation for people as well as pets would enable Aquamation Services of Maine and other businesses throughout our state to offer this alternative process. LD 1223 modernizes Maine law by removing a barrier to alkaline hydrolysis. So currently, a crematory must be in a cemetery that is at least 20 acres in size and has been in existence and used for burial for at least 2 years. The Section 1 of this bill exempts from this requirement a crematory that exclusively uses a chemical dissolution process. In essence, this bill allows operators to work off the grounds of a cemetery in a commercial or industrial area. Section 2 gives the State Board of Funeral Service rulemaking authority, and Section 3 directs the State Board of Funeral Service to update its rules to reflect the unique needs of chemical dissolution operations and report back to this committee on the rulemaking process by December 1, 2021. I also just wanted to note that this is kind of an uncomfortable thing to talk about sometimes, but the environmental aspects of this are real. So for example, during the height of the pandemic in Southern California this winter, I think it was LA County actually had to lift its air quality limits because of the use of crematories. They do impact the environment, and it's something we should be thinking about. So I want to thank you for your consideration. Happy to answer any questions you have. And I will, if Ms. Blackburn and her son are not in the attendee space, I will go ahead and read their testimony.
It looks like Cade Blackburn is in the attendee list.
He is. Oh, great. So I can answer your questions, and then we'll let him speak, because I think he has a lot more technical knowledge than I do.
Okay. Are there questions from the committee for Senator Carney? Seeing none.
Thank you.
Thanks. Can Ms. Breton, can you bring Cade Blackburn in, please? I believe he's probably in the limbo.
Okay, sorry.
There you go.
I was looking for trying to get the mute up on my screen, but was down in the left corner.
You're all set.
All right. Senator Curry and Representative Roberts and distinguished committee members, thank you for taking the time to listen to us today. And Senator Carney, thank you for submitting LD 1223. This is about people who want and deserve another option. When you look at the disposition permit, there are two options. You have burial or cremation. And like, I guess as this is, alkaline hydrolysis and aquamation would fall under cremation. this is a relatively new, innovative process, and it's a green option for people who really care about the environment. The 20-acre mandate was a function of zoning, and when you think about crematories, they didn't fit in the industrial space, and typically they were away from residential areas. And so it was really about finding a space for them to operate. With alkaline hydrolysis or aquamation, we don't need 20 acres because we're not burying bodies in the ground. Typically, like the only thing we need is a town wastewater permit. And usually the town approves that pretty steadily, because the effluent, the water that comes from this process, it's beneficial for them to receive, because basically it's an organic fertilizer, because you have like amino acids, peptides, and sugars, and so that improves their mix, the town wastewater mix. We had chemicals to this process. These are naturally occurring chemicals. Sodium and potassium are two of the top 8 elements in the Earth's crust, and we add them in the form of sodium and potassium hydroxide. So our process takes about 20 hours, as opposed to 20 years if you're burying a body, and it's essentially the same process, just expedited. And like I said before, when the process is done, the water is sterile and it's free from any pathogens. There are environmental benefits. So we don't burn fossil fuels, so there are no harmful greenhouse gas emissions. And when you compare it to flame cremation, it has 1/10 the carbon footprint, and it uses 90% less energy. I mentioned the water is recycled. It also saves land. Another recycling outcome is that if you had a hip or a knee replaced, we could reclaim that precious metal, because usually that's titanium, and then we could bring that back to a recycling company. And this week, I think I'd be remiss not to mention that the Health and Human Services Committee is meeting to determine if they'll allow an open air or outdoor cremation, where some will be for it and some will be against, but then there's people in the middle. And I'm assuming that's what we sort of have here. I read an article online about this, and a man named Michael said, it wouldn't bother him at all. It's a person's right. And I'm thinking that he was thinking that it's a person's right to choose. And so I'm just asking you to allow alkaline hydrolysis so people have another choice.
Thank you, Mr. Blackburn. Are there any questions from the committee? Senator Searway.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So you said that they don't need any zoning. I don't know if I'd want bodies brought beside my house every day, so I.
Right. So we understand that. We're looking, well, right now, my mother and I operate Aquamation Service in Maine. We have a business in Scarborough. It's an industrial condo. It's about 1,850 square feet. It's right behind Tractor Supply Company, sort of beside the new Abbott Labs, where they're doing all the fabrication. So that's where we are. We're not in a residential setting by any means.
So how would the wording go for putting them in specific areas that like you're talking. I mean, I just, you're not saying zoning, but yet you're not saying residential. So how do you put that in a place where it's going to be not, conducive to what you're doing, basically?
I guess I that's a tough question, and I don't have a good succinct answer for you. But
yeah,
I think where we have it located, I don't think we're looking to move from where we are, because it is I don't want to say private, but it's, we're one of 9 units. But we and it is a business / industrial space. But I think anyone else who is potentially going to open another business like this would say, would think along those lines, where we can't have it, next to an ice cream store, or
right.
Something like
right.
So more common sense, I would suggest.
But not everybody goes by common sense.
Right. Good. It's good sense, because good sense isn't common.
Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah.
Representative Collmore.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Blackburn, for being here to testify today. I guess I'm trying to understand exactly how this process works. So you said in Aquamation you're using these chemicals, and it's speeding up the process of the decomposition of the remains. But if I'm understanding it correctly, it leaves behind bones. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, so what happens with the remains after that expedited process?
So the water's discharged. We grab the remains. After that, we put them on a rack. You have to dry the remains. And then, so for us, that means we put them in an oven, because we do pets right now. So we put them in an oven. It's about 20 minutes at about 200 degrees. It dries them pretty quickly. And then we bring them to a cremulator, and that process them into basically like a powder. And then they get put in a bag and put in an urn. And that's what's done with the remains.
Okay, thank you.
Representative Geiger.
Thank you, Representative Roberts. So a couple questions. I did read about the Viking funerals, and until I understood more and went and looked at the bill, I imagined a corpse floating in a boat with flaming arrows sent after it, like every movie I've ever seen, but it wasn't quite that. It did require 20 acres and a funeral pyre. Your process, you said, is already allowed in several other states. Do you have the names of those states that are currently using this for human remains? It's my first question. And my second question is, at least in my city and most that I know, funeral homes are scattered throughout the city, including in residential areas. Is there any reason in particular that your process needs to be in an industrial area? Is there something I'm not understanding here?
Well, I think with bringing bodies back, that's the main concern, is just people like the use of a business in a residential area. I mean, I understand what you're saying. Like it happens when businesses sometimes get into residential areas, but I'm just trying to avoid like having long lines around our business and people being like, what are they doing? I don't know what states use alkaline hydrolysis. However, Sam, we have a woman, Sam. She works for our manufacturer, BioResponse Solutions, and she'll be talking. She, I think, could address that question.
Any other questions? Seeing none, as the committee has permitted, Senator Carney would like to read Ms. Blackburn's testimony.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for letting me rejoin you. I will read Ms. Blackburn's testimony. I also wanted to address Senator Searway's question, because this is something I know from speaking with Ms. Blackburn, is that this business, Aquamation Services of Maine, they have to work within an industrial zone. So the control of where the business is located is related to the municipal zoning ordinance rather than state law. And to address Representative Geiger's concern, my educated guess is that funeral homes are in residential areas because they pre-exist the establishment of the zoning ordinances. That would just be my hypothesis. And with that, I will read Ms. Blackburn's testimony. A bill to separate alkaline hydrolysis, aquamation, from flame cremation, not requiring the operation to be on cemetery land, will create competition, and competition boosts innovation and works against the monopoly of an industry. In a competitive market, new product and service avenues could continue to be introduced by businesses. This can result in better product service for the consumer and greater volume of business for industry. Products and services that are common or run-of-the-mill today were once new technologies, like phones, cars, television, cell phones, computers, and modern medicine. Today, competition gave us 6 companies that raced to give us the COVID vaccine. Green energy is being pursued in many areas like solar, wind, and hydro. Aquamation is a green process that can have a great impact on our environment and economy. Competition can help businesses identify consumer and societal needs and develop new products and services to meet them. There is no need for alkaline hydrolysis to be on cemetery land. Presently, it is required because it is falling under the category of cremation. But flame cremation and aquamation are totally different and should not be treated the same. Allowing this enables small businesses to contract with funeral homes to provide this service and would help in saving land space and would give people the right of choice in end-of-life disposition. Right now, there is only one alkaline hydrolysis business in Belfast, Maine, at the Raposti Funeral Home. Changing the law can result in better service for the consumer. And again, that's been submitted by Kathleen Blackburn from Aquamation Services of Maine. Thank you for allowing me to read her testimony.
Thank you, Senator Carney. I believe Representative Geiger has a question.
Thank you, Representative Roberts. Senator Carney, so the last line of your testimony, you said there is already one for human remains in Belfast?
Yes.
So this is actually already allowed in the state? So what are we asking for?
So that the authorization for Raposti Funeral Home, and I did some of the legislative research on this, that was a private law. And so what happened was there was legislative action many years ago that allowed just that one facility to operate this type of business. And so what this legislation does is it opens this type of cremation service up to any business that wishes to comply with the requirements of I want to get the board right, Any business that wants to comply with the requirements that are established by the State Board of Funeral Service could open up this business rather than just having one business specifically authorized by a private law. It's a good question. Thank you for asking it.
Any further questions? Seeing none, thank you, Senator Carney. Ms.
Thank you.
Brennan, can you bring in Ms. Samantha Sieber, please? Good afternoon, Ms. Sieber.
Good afternoon.
We can hear you, but we can't see you. There we go.
Hi. Okay, toggle over here. I can answer a lot of the questions on the zoning and on the history of the law. I'm afraid that I've prepared my full 3 minutes, so I'm going to zoom through what I have. Thank you for the opportunity to support this bill. Very rarely is something potentially beneficial for businesses, consumers, and the environment, and I think that this change is. My name is Samantha Sieber. I'm a biologist by degree, and I've spent the last 15 years helping over 40 states draft language to accommodate what families know as aquamation, and typically referred to in law as alkaline hydrolysis or chemical dissolution. I've installed this equipment all over the world for pet and human crematories. Maine was actually a leader in making this option available for families. Over a decade ago, a family from Searsport who owned a crematorium came to visit my family's company where we make the equipment. They wanted to see it work, and as longtime crematorium operators, they couldn't believe how clean it was. You get the same end result as you do with flame cremation. You have bones at the end of flame cremation as well. And in North America, we process that into what families know as ashes. You get about 20 to 30% more with the water-based process as you do the flame. A few months after their visit, we installed their machine in Maine, and for a decade, this business has been able to offer the option to families. They were an existing crematory. And it's housed right next to their 2 flame cremators. I grew up around this technology from a very young age. My father was an inventor. There are hundreds of these systems which come along with 30 years of scrutiny, research, and supporting data on the process. I've installed 250 of them in locations where flame crematories have been denied by municipal zoning. Every business has to have zoning permission, including the Blackburns business. We worked with their municipal zoning and also with the local wastewater authority. So it doesn't matter what kind of business with you are, you have to be properly zoned. This doesn't make anything the Wild West. Zooming out a little bit, there are some seemingly strange laws governing the funeral profession. Some are just outdated and overlooked, but others persist despite a lot of advocacy for change. I won't pretend to know where this issue fits in specifically in Maine, but I want to explore an idea with you. In Pennsylvania, funeral homes can't serve food anywhere on the premises. Businesses have been fighting for years to have that law changed. At my grandpa's service, we served the sandwich he was famous for us with his grandkids, peanut butter and honey, and it was a big part of how we said goodbye. I can't imagine being a business that can't compete in 2021 to offer what families want. And I think that's the problem with this law. Only a few states in our entire nation have similar laws. 0 in Canada have this law restricting crematories at a state funeral law level to a cemetery ground. Municipalities actually have the jurisdiction, sophistication, and tools to determine where it's okay to put a business and not. And a lot of things come into play with that beyond, just a crematory. They look at traffic. They look at everything surrounding a business, the nature of their unique committees. And they already do that every day with pet crematoriums and pet aquamation businesses that don't fall under the funeral law. So they know how to do this. Nationwide, municipalities and other regulatory agencies find this method to be a good fit in a variety of locations, usually light industrial, commercially zoned, sometimes in a funeral home that is located in residential. This is a special use permit. It's a long, drawn out thing. It involves other agencies. Like I said, it's not the Wild West. With alkaline hydrolysis, there's no issues in terms of dignity, consumer protection, or public health and safety to restrict it to cemetery grounds. It doesn't produce noise or odor. There's no possibility of smoke. There's no increased fire risk to the building. It doesn't require EPA air quality permits like flame equipment does. And from the outside of the building with a flame crematory, you may notice a large visible smokestack. But from the outside of an aquamation facility, you'd never know the equipment's inside. Non-cemetery locations offer great benefits. If someone's mom or son doesn't have to be taken to a location off-site, this could mean a lot to families. Small funeral homes would have amazing flexibility with scheduling services if they didn't have to bend to the schedule of an off-site third party. It adds to the services that a local business like a funeral home can provide on site. Some cultures like to participate in being on site and pushing the button. This can be done in the same convenient location where they made the arrangements and maybe had the service. They don't have to go to the outskirts of town. You know, funeral homes used to have a garage full of hearses. Now they rent those vehicles so they don't have to spend thousands upgrading, you know, their outdated hearses. They rent those from a trade service. They've got these garages that can be converted into beautiful space for this equipment. Their room of full-sized caskets are now just sample ends with an iPad catalog. There's so much selection for families. So these spaces are often converted into alkaline hydrolysis facilities to offer this option locally. This will allow businesses to develop the things that families want: nicer facilities, nicer amenities, maybe a viewing window. I know that sounds crazy, but certain cultures really need to participate in these processes as much as they'd like to. It doesn't need to be banished to the outskirts of town. It's something that municipalities can regulate just like they do in, to my full knowledge, 47 other states. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Sieber. Representative Hasselbos.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mrs. Sieber, you know what the environmental impact is on, like, let's say the water table or something like that as the fluids are drained?
Yes, make sure I'm still unmuted here. Yes, so when we compared technologies in the scientific field, we do something called a life cycle assessment. That looks at everything. It looks at the amount of water that we use. It looks at the chemicals that we use, the production of those chemicals, transporting them to the business site, the discharge of the sterile processed water, what becomes of that, what the impact is of that. So they look at typically 8 to 12 environmental impact categories, and water quality is one. Essentially, I get permission for every single system, and I've gotten 490 of these to date. I get permission from the local wastewater authority to discharge this to the wastewater plant. They look through, a 300-point analysis of the processed water. I did this for the Blackburns. And so the impact of the water usage is very minimal. I think that kind of goes along with it. It uses less water than a household of 4 uses in a day. Probably half the water my household uses. My kids spend some time in the shower. And then the discharge of the water is very low impact. It's just sugars, amino acids, the nutrients and salts that were in the body, but the discharge is 94% water and 6% amino acids. And there's no DNA or RNA that is discharged. So very little impact. Where this process came out in terms of other funerary options, it came out very, very low in a published peer-reviewed study compared to traditional burial, which was the highest impact, followed by green burial, which is a little mind blowing, but it has to do with the recycling of medical implants staying in the loop, and then cremation, and then about 1/10 the impact of cremation was alkaline hydrolysis.
Representative Hasselbusch, do you have a follow-up?
I do, thank you, Madam Chair. And just, is that data also supported for like leach fields? I know some rural areas in Maine would not be on public sewer.
So it would be the permission to discharge to an appropriate location depends. That's something that we work with a local municipality. So for example, if someone's on septic, this is not a good material to discharge to a standard small business or residential septic system. That would be like dumping the entire container of fish food into the aquarium. I don't know if anyone's lived through that trauma as a kid. It's too nutrient rich for that, but the system in Searsport, Maine, we've had that system online. That's a very small lagoon type system. And we've had that system online there for a very long time, about a decade. And we worked with their wastewater authority to make sure we weren't overwhelming it. Every wastewater plant has a federal discharge permit. They have limits for what they can discharge that they have to comply with. So if we're giving them something that they can't comply with, kind of the alkaline hydrolysis is really regulated by the output of that wastewater plant's permit with their federal permit with the federal EPA. So there's not a situation that I could ever see where things were done above board, as I always do them, where it would result in anything that would contaminate the water table. It's all tested and very heavily regulated on the output end of the wastewater plant. But there could be a place where it's not a good, a wastewater lagoon might be too small. I live in a town of 600, might be too small. And so you can tank it and have it transported like a lot of businesses do to a wastewater plant that can handle it, or an anaerobic digester that can handle it.
Are there any further questions? Seeing none. Thank you, Ms. Sieber.
Thank you.
And Ms. Breton, do you have anybody else in the attendee list wishing to testify for this bill? I don't see anyone else.
I believe everybody else is in opposition, except
Okay.
for you have the
Then I
department
have-
that's neither for nor against.
Correct. Can you bring in Mr. Fernald and Mr. Lynch, please? Oh, hold on, Ms. Geiger. Representative Geiger, did you have a question for Ms. Sieber?
No, I just wanted to thank her for her testimony. One of the unexpected things about being a legislator is how much you learn about so many things. And this was really fascinating. So thank you.
Okay, Mr. Fernald.
Hi, good afternoon again. I know this is a hot subject. Thank you very much for letting me to speak. I'm a representative with Maine Funeral Directors Association. I'm a licensed funeral practitioner, 5th generation. I also own and operate a Pine Grove Crematorium here in the Bangor region. Maine Funeral Directors Association is in opposition to this bill for multiple reasons. We believe that as a matter of the public trust when handling deceased remains and serving the surviving family, that all aspects of this industry need to be regulated to the same degree of oversight as other services in the death care industry. As funeral directors, we help guide families at what can be the worst time of their life, and having honorable processes in place for final disposition is of the highest importance of the public trust. As an example, this week, which was a bad week, I had a young mother that lost what we call it a fetal demise of a 23-week-old gestation baby that wanted to be present for a cremation. Our crematory is in a cemetery. It was very dignified, and she was there to bear witness to that. As well as we also had a 4-year-old young man that died of osteosarcoma, and we led a processional to the crematory so the family could participate as pallbearers to say their final goodbyes there. First, I believe what needs to be defined is the first thing is really what is the name of this? There's been several names tossed around: chemical dissolution process. It is also called alkaline hydrolysis. Some call it liquid cremation, and it is marketed in Maine as green cremation, just because it doesn't use as much energy as a crematory does. So I think that's a good start. The other part is that I've served on a work study group, and we put together in 2009 through the Department of Health and Human Services. It's Chapter 227, Rules for Establishment and Operation of Crematoria. And cemeteries and crematories fall under DHHS. They do not fall under the board-regulated Professional Financial Regulation Board of Funeral Service. So I would think that would be the area that would, or the oversight for this particular bill that is being proposed. The reason why this was created was in 2009, there was a crematory in New Hampshire that was found to be cremating a couple of human remains at the same time. New Hampshire took a big step in creating rules, and Maine went along with that through Department of Health and Human Services. Also, as a crematory operator, there are many new things out there, and as well as we try to let families participate in any way they can. Some examples are some families want to build their own cremation container, which is a requirement for cremation. And last year we did 1,100 cremations. We had one family that provided their own cremation container. In addition to Maine state law allows families to organize and bring remains or their loved one's body as an authorized person to a crematory to do a cremation. And again, last year we did 1,100 cremations. We had one family that opted to do that on their own. So to summarize our opposition to LD 1223, we believe that final disposition of human remains needs to be accomplished in a cemetery. There are already licensing and operating rules in place by DHHS that can be used, and to determine and define the name of this process where it is not a form of cremation. And it is important to have final disposition in a location that is dignified for the public good. Where I drove the hearse of a 4-year-old going to a crematory this week, I just can't even think of going into an industrial area or taking a left behind Tractor Supply to do a cremation or a alkaline hydrolysis or whatever we're going to call it. Thank you very much for your time, and I take any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Fulnell. Are there any questions from the committee? Seeing none. Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Ms. Breton, do we have Michael Martell and Ed Pino in the attendee list still?
Yes, they are, as well as Mr. Morgan.
Okay, you could just bring the first two in, please. Mr. Martell, how are you? Yep, you're on mute.
Thank you. I believe that was one of the more popular phrases of 2020, right?
Yeah.
Again, thank you for having me, Senator Curry, Representative Roberts, and members of the Innovation, Development, Economic Advancement, and Business Committee. Popular place to be. Glad to be here again. I'll keep my comments brief. As it relates to this bill, and I'm here again as a licensed funeral director since the early 90s, honored to be the president of the Maine Funeral Directors Association, practiced in Maine my whole career. Human recimation or alkaline hydrolysis, which are really the more technical terms, has been available in the US for well over 10 years in numerous US states, including Maine. It's been legal in Maine. It exists in Maine. It exists at a crematory in Searsport in Maine. It hasn't grown because it's not popularly selected. And we as an association are urging you to oppose this bill, not because of the type of disposition. As funeral professionals, we support any type of disposition that's legal and properly regulated. We're here for the families we serve. I'm asking you to oppose this bill because it's absolutely unnecessary. Human recimation occurs in Maine. As I said, it's rarely selected, but it is legal. It occurs in a crematory in Searsport right now, which means that it's regulated and monitored by the DHHS, which regulates and monitors our cemeteries and our crematories, and in this case, our alkaline hydrolysis or recimation machines. What this bill is seeking to do is asking you as a committee to make fundamental changes to regulations that already exist. So as such, I'm urging you to oppose it. As I said, the bill seeks to make wholesale changes to throw away the 2009 study group and to allow a pet crematory to now offer human recimation in their industrial site. It's a one-off and asks you to throw away all of the regulations that already exist. For those reasons, I urge you as a committee to please oppose this bill. Thank you for hearing me out today.
Thank you, Mr. Martell. Are there any questions from the committee? Seeing none. Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
We recognize next Mr. Pino.
Chairwoman Roberts, Senator Kerry, I am Ed Pino, a representative of Vassalboro, and I'm still one of the contract lobbyists for the funeral directors. Just so you know, we have a legislative committee that decides on what bills we're going to support, oppose, or go neither for nor. And the committee went back and forth quite a bit on this one, on whether we'd be for nor or oppose. The reason they came down to opposing is the way the bill is written. We don't oppose the process. But what happens is, under a crematory, in 2009, when they called this liquid cremation, which really isn't, hopefully this committee will change that to what it is, alkaline hydrolysis. And then if in fact you go forward with the bill, if you look at the regulations that are met by the crematory, they won't be met. They won't have to be answered to, whether it be employee protection, OSHA training, which happens at the crematory, environmental regulations by the DEP a sign off, medical examiner sign off. That happens. You've got compliance with vital statistics. All of those regulations are for those instances for cremation or liquid cremation, as it's called, in that crematory. So if you decide to take this out of that location, none of those regulations apply. So hopefully you'll get the department to propose rules, substantive, I hope, to do, to meet the same standards that have to be met by this process in a crematory. So, that was why we oppose the bill as written.
Thank you, Mr. Pino. Are there any questions from the committee? Seeing none. Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Ms. Breton, can you bring in Mr. Morgan and also
I think we just lost the chair. Oh, no. Welcome back, Madam Chairperson.
went to the attendees room for a moment?
My apologies, Representative. You wanted Ms. Hawks as well?
You said there was a David Morgan in the attendees list?
I've moved him in. Do you want Ms. Hawk?
Yes, please.
Sorry, that's what I want.
Okay. Mr. Morgan, we can see your box, but we can't see you and you're on mute.
See a beautiful puppy though.
Oh, there we go. Oh, we can't hear you. You're off mute, but we can't hear you.
How about now?
There we go.
Okay. Hi, I think I'm going to be brief because people have already said what I wanted to say. My name is David Morgan. I own and operate Brookline Memorial Park. We have a crematory in Portland. I've owned it since 1995. I'm the largest crematory in the state of Maine. I do approximately 2,800 cremations a year. Shockingly, I'm not going to tell you I'm against reservation. I think you've already been told it's been in this country since 2005. It's an alternative method of disposition. I have no problems with that. My issue, and I think what I'd just like to remind everybody, is one, we are regulated right now by 2 different departments. This bill adds a 3rd department, a little problematic for us. The Division of Water and Health and Human Services actually regulates crematories. I think Mr. Fernald showed you that information. On page 1, it defines cremation as including chemical dissolution. But I think what's important to remember is the regulations are not only about the method. And I don't think you've heard anybody argue about the method. The regulations include how we do what we're going to do, how we identify bodies, how we follow regulations, how we submit the state required forms, how we make sure that we're holding bodies until they're cleared by the medical examiner. So my kind of point of order to you is the regulations are already out there. You will make it incredibly difficult for all of us if you're going to add yet a 3rd layer of regulation. I would suggest that by all means continue to allow alkaline hydrolysis in the state, but let's not create now a 3rd leg of regulation. Let's kind of work on what we want to work on underneath the current auspices. How's that for being quick?
Thank you, Mr. Morgan. Are there any questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Up next, we have Ms. Hawk, who is neither for nor against with the department.
Hi, thank you, Chairwoman Roberts. Senator Curry, members of the committee, my name is Jennifer Hawk. I am a regulatory board manager at the Department of Professional and Financial Regulation, Office of Professional Occupational Regulation, and I oversee the financial management and daily functions of the Board of Funeral Service. I'm here today to provide some information which I think might be helpful. I'm not going to read my entire testimony. I have uploaded that. I know it's been a long day with a lot of testimony heard. So I'm not going to repeat everything that everybody's already said. What I wanted to bring to your attention is that this kind of substantial expansion of the regulatory authority of the Board of Funeral Service to oversee and regulate crematories that use the chemical dissolution process would trigger a sunrise review process, and the Department of Professional and Financial Regulation would attach a significant fiscal note to cover the sunrise review, as well as the need to hire an environmental specialist. The board is not in a position to oversee anything that is not included in the practice of funeral service. Pursuant to 32 MRS 1400 number 5, the practice of funeral service excludes the ownership or operation of a cemetery or crematorium. To administer such authority, the board would have to adopt rules to create an entirely new license category, as well as adopt rules for the maintenance and inspection of the crematories that exclusively use a chemical dissolution process. I'm happy to answer any questions now or at the work session, and I thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Ms. Hawk. As we're learning in this process, so that I understand you correctly, this would trigger a sunrise review with which you would need to have a structured licensure proposal to go off of for it, correct?
Correct.
Thank you. Representative Hassenfuss.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mrs. Hawk, right now, are crematoriums currently regulated by your agency?
They are not. They are regulated by DHHS, or more specifically, the Maine CDC Division of Environmental Health.
Would it be possible that if the committee did want to implement a law similar to this, that that regulation could just flow from the entity currently in charge of crematoriums?
I'm not sure on that. I think there's history behind trying to get crematories under the Board of Funeral Service, and it ultimately was determined that DHHS was the place it was supposed to be. So that's all. Other than that, I can't provide any other. I think that removing a subset of crematories from the oversight of DHHS could be confusing to the public because the board does not regulate crematories currently.
You all set, Representative?
For now, anyways.
Okay, Representative Geiger.
So thank you, Representative Roberts, and thank you, Ms. Hawk. I'm trying to figure out what you're saying here. So this bill simply says a crematorium that uses aquamation does not need to be on a 20+ cemetery. And that change appears to be the only change. Why would that trigger a Sunrise review?
It's also amending Title 32, Chapter 21 by assigning the Board of Funeral Service regulatory oversight over crematories that exclusively use a chemical dissolution process. And so the board does not, the practice of funeral service does not include operating a crematory currently or overseeing crematoriums. That is all handled through DHHS.
Second question. So what would be the appropriate avenue to expand the allowance in Maine of a green alternative to burning cremation or the use of land for the disposal of human remains?
That seems to be a good question for DHHS. It's not something that I think I could answer on behalf of the board or the department.
Thank you.
Representative Collmore.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Ms. Hawk, for being here today. Nice to see you again. I just wanted to clarify. So in your opinion, or in the department's opinion, however you see fit to answer this, would it be best for this not to fall under this department and to be relocated back to Department of Health and Human Services because crematoriums fall under their purview?
Correct. I agree with that. Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Senator Curry.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Ms. Hawk, can you educate me a little bit? So in terms of what the Board of Funeral Services primarily looks at and deals with in terms of their licensing?
So the Board of Funeral Service regulates and oversees the requirements that an individual needs to become licensed to be a funeral practitioner in the state. And then it also oversees the funeral establishments and inspects them to ensure that they are complying with the FTC rule or the board's laws and rules. So it's just the licensed funeral practitioners or licensed funeral profession and the establishments that they work in.
So it's more, so you're licensing, so you're licensing the individual, and that's how I typically think of licensing it.
Correct.
But you're also doing something about the establishment. And is it about their practices?
It's the practices, compliance with the Federal Trade Commission rule, the FTC rule for general price lists, allowing consumers to have those options. The funeral establishment is where the funeral practitioner conducts the practice of funeral service.
Okay. So there's some rules that are associated with the business that are in your purview, but many of them are in DHHS's world. I'm just trying to find the boundaries between what you all do and what the Maine CDC Division of Environmental Health does.
As far as I know, the main CDC Division of Environmental Health oversees the cemeteries and then also the crematoriums. And I believe they work with other agencies to ensure, subsurface wastewater, the quality, air quality, all of that. The funeral board is a very small, we just regulate the profession of funeral service, not how remains are dissolved, for lack of better words.
Okay.
Sorry.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Representative Hassan-Fuss.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Ms. Hawk, you currently don't regulate the liquid hydrolysis, or forgive me for not using the proper term, that's being done in the state, correct? Your office doesn't, right?
We do not regulate crematories. Right, or the chemical dissolution process. That's all in the Chapter 227 of the DHHS rule under cremation that defines cremation and also includes chemical dissolution as a method used in that process.
And chemical dissolution is regulated, just not by you.
Correct.
Representative Geiger. You're on mute.
I'm sorry. Put a quarter in the, in the bag for that feast we're going to have when we can all meet. So we currently have an aquamation crematorium in Searsport. It is not in any way regulated by your department. It is regulated by DHHS. Am I understanding that right?
That was my understanding too.
Oh, I'm curious how we ended up with it.
I don't know the history on that. My apologies.
And I guess my question to the chairs is there some way in which we can get this to its appropriate home to have a hearing, to be heard?
We can have some conversations and Senator Curry and I and see.
Yeah, I believe the process is, as it's been, is that if the chairs and leads or have a desire to move it to another committee, but as I understand this bill is kind of, as written, is dealing with our committee, and so it's an amendment, and that it's a very interesting question as to why this way and not another way. And I would either seek some the bill sponsor to try to come back at work session for that, or to communicate with us as to why this pathway and not as a kind of a subset of rules under cremation, under the rules around cremation. I don't want to get into work session on this, but
Right.
Yeah. But as written, it is, I think it's appropriate at this committee because it's about adjusting a board that we provide oversight for. And so I think as it's currently written, it's appropriate here.
Representative Austin, do you have a question for Ms. Hawk?
Well, I don't know if this is in any way somewhat of some substance, but I raised my hand a little bit too late for Senator Carney, because when she said that was am I getting it right? Was this a private law? Didn't she mention that this was enabled by a private law? And I was going to ask specifically if she could just give us a little bit of language around that. I don't know that we've had a lot of experience with that. And I don't know if that is what in any way has made sort of this entanglement. So that I just share that phrase that she shared with us. So
I'm sure Ms. Olson could look into that and provide it back for the work session.
thank you.
Are there any further questions for Ms. Hawk? Seeing none. Having heard testimony and scanning again. Actually, Ms. Breton, do we have I think we've heard from everyone in the attendee. Okay. Having heard testimony from all those present, I like to close the hearing on LD 1223. Ms. Olson, do you have anything for us?
I don't have anything for us today, which I'm sure you're all happy to hear.
I'd like to entertain a motion.
I move we adjourn.
I second.
All right.
All those in favor, right?
All those in favor? This meeting is adjourned. Have a good night, everybody.
Good day.